live here at the station of decapitation without your head. I'm Nasty Neal.
And this is Annabelle Lecter.
And returning is Rebekah Kennedy. It's been 8 years.
Has it really been that long?
Yeah.
Wow. Well, thanks for having me back.
Thanks for coming back.
Yeah. I'm super happy to meet you.
Yeah, nice to meet you too.
So it's very cool for me. I don't know you really well, but I had you on the show. I love Bastard. It was the first thing I saw you in. And then I've seen you in a lot of stuff over the years, and that always makes me feel good. I was like, oh, she's doing very well.
Oh, thank you. No, I appreciate your support. I'm so glad to be back. It's a fun, like, full circle moment, you know?
Yeah. So 2 Witches, which is, I'm glad it's not covering your face, but it's up in the corner there, streaming on Arrow, which is an amazing movie.
Oh, thank you.
So how did you get the role? And
I'm actually wearing, you can't really tell, but I'm wearing my 2 Witches shirt.
Okay.
In honor of it. Yeah, so that's an interesting story. I actually met Christina Klebe, had met her quite a few years prior at some, as actors do at parties, you make a connection. And I auditioned for something that she was in a while, like years before that, and wasn't cast, but we kept connected. And then we'd seen each other over the years. And we're like, oh, we should work together, like kind of the thing that we say, and then we never do. And then all of a sudden it was like November. And she contacted me and was like, hey, I'm making this film. We're looking for this, Masha to fill this character. Would you be interested in reading the script? And I was like, yes, send me the scripts. They sent me the script, and they sent me a little bit of stuff that I could look at. And I read it, and I was like, this seems so fun and so crazy. And I'd never played a witch before, or anyone quite this evil. So I talked to the director for a little bit, and then that was it. I was like, I'm in. And thankfully he looked at my materials, we talked, and he was happy to have me. So it was a quick process. And then we started filming like 4 or 5 days later. It was pretty quick.
Wow.
Yeah.
You're amazing, scary, just incredible. Like you're just,
thank you.
I can't imagine another person in the role. You just are awesome.
Well, thank you so much. That's very sweet.
So I have a question about that because people haven't seen 2 Witches. Even if you've just seen the pictures, I think you see all the facial expressions. And so they're all really creepy and stuff. But as an actor, were you ever like, well, I got to make this so it's creepy or whatever, but not too they are over the top, but not in a way where it's like too comedic.
Right. Yeah. That was always my fear, was going too far. And Pierre, our director, he was really great. And he is still really great at like us coming up with stuff together and seeing what it looks like on film, and like watching it back and seeing, does this work? Does this not work? And he knows just camera angles so well and lighting so well that while we're filming, he'll be like more, less, and is specific in that. And we kind of find it while we're working, which is really fun. And so, he's like, okay, give me the scariest face in this. And like, we try stuff and we'll look, and he's really smart, because if it doesn't work then, he's like, it's not going to work later. So we look at stuff right then and to see if it, if this is going to work or not. So I wasn't exactly sure how it was all going to work once it was going to come out, but we had a pretty good idea that I thought it was going to be okay. But no idea if people would love Masha or not, or think she was, not a fun character. So it's nice to see that people not relate to her, but just have had, enjoy her.
Yeah. Well, that is interesting, because she does a lot of despicable things, but she's also entertaining. So, how do people take to the character? Because that's not necessarily a likable character.
Right.
It's definitely not a likable character.
Yeah, I was kind of nervous about that. I didn't really know if people would be like, oh, she's annoying, or like, just wish that she would, just die. You just never kind of know when you're playing like the villain. And thankfully people have really responded well to her and have thought she was really fun. And like you said, like, you never kind of know what's going to happen next with her. And it's been really fun to see the fan reactions and get everyone that's been excited about it, and they're excited about the next one coming out, and that will hopefully be filming soon, and to see where her character goes next. So it's been a really fun exploration of playing a villain, but people, rooting for her in some weird way.
And the terrible one is joining us, Terrible Troy.
How's everybody doing?
Good.
Hello.
Nice to see you, Troy.
Good to see you.
I was listening to the commentary track, which is shout out for Arrow, because Arrow also includes commentary tracks, which I think is very cool. And the director said that some people, when they first screened the movie, actually thought, or maybe it was like stills of your characters, that you actually had prosthetics on because of like the different expressions.
Yeah.
And he was like, that was a good thing that people actually, would think that.
Yeah, I was like, no, that's just me. As sad as that is, no. Yeah, that was an interesting. A lot of people were asking what we did for that and how, and that's just also the brilliance of Pierre with the angles and the lighting and really being able to capture some really interesting facial expressions. It's not just about what I'm doing, but also about how he's able to manipulate the camera and what they're capturing. But yeah, it was funny to see people thought it was prosthetics.
Yeah, when I was going, sir.
What was it like to see yourself in this fully fleshed out role when it all comes together and you're seeing the final product?
It was really great. Like I said, I wasn't exactly sure how it was all going to come together as far as like, was this going to really work? I wasn't really sure. And I was really pleasantly surprised at everybody's amazing work in it, in front of and behind the camera, and how he was able to edit something together that was really, really fun and exciting and scary, and really pleased with the, final product. And it was great to see how it all came together, especially, when you do a lower budget indie, you really kind of never know how things are going to turn out. So I was really happy that he's getting the praise and the that he deserves. So.
Yeah, and you say lower budget indie, but it looks it has really high production value. It looks well made.
Well, thank you very much. He would very much appreciate that.
Yeah, right. He also mentioned on the commentary track that not necessarily the whole thing was based on like a real thing, but he said that like an instance with someone like really told someone they were a witch was like based on a real something that really happened. Did he talk about that with you?
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah. His he's French, so he's from France, and he told us some stories. There was one in particular that in the first half of the movie, there's a whole seance scene where one of the girls ends up in the hallway. Well, he told us that really happened. So they were doing something like that with the Ouija board with some friends. And, one guy was like, okay, I'm out and leaving. And like 2 hours later, they found him in the hallway and he had never left. And he was just standing there. And like, they all freaked out, of course, and, had to bring him like back, to bed. And like the next day he woke up and he didn't remember any of it. So
Wow.
he definitely uses different influences. I think his mom had told him a story about someone giving her like the evil eye, kind of in the first, in the first story. So that, yeah, he was able to take kind of different stories that people had told to him and kind of create them into this movie, which was really, really interesting.
Yeah, that's wild. Do you know if his family saw the movie? I was wondering what they thought of it. If they had some of these.
So interesting enough, his mom actually is the other witch.
Oh, see, I have in my notes. I was very interested right away that the other witch has no other IMDb credits, and I was like, she's really good in this movie.
Yeah.
I wonder like what the backstory is there. No.
Yeah, that was his mom, and she's so lovely. She's so supportive and kind, and not at all mean like she is in the movie. But yeah, she plays an amazing witch in it. She looks great. She was always game for anything that he would throw at us, which is kind of scary for people, especially that haven't really acted a lot before. She's always up for anything to try. And I think a lot of times she would stand in for like me or other characters, when he was like setting stuff up to figure out if it was going to work or not. So she's really amazing. He's definitely blessed to have like a mom who's so supportive like that. So
yeah. Do you know she has an acting background at all?
She has a little bit. But she's not really done in like any film or TV, obviously, like as you've seen. Yeah. But she was great. Yeah,
it's kind of cool. It adds some mystery if you look it up and she has no other credits.
It makes you feel like, is she a witch?
Yeah, exactly.
But yeah, I think his family definitely, I think, really loved the film. So
How about actually wearing the contacts? I assume they're contacts.
they're not actually. It is
Oh, okay.
CGI.
Oh, really? Well, they look great.
Yeah, I was really lucky because I've heard not such great things about having to wear those, and I don't wear glasses or contacts. So the one time I've had to do it in a movie, it took like 45 minutes for me to get them in, and so when he was just going to do it CGI, I was like, oh, thank God, because apparently with those, especially, you can't see anything. You're like totally blind. So I was like, and but you would never know. So they did a great job.
Yeah, because most people watch us and ourselves sometimes are guilty of this, like very anti CG effects. But I think that's an example of when they're done right, when you can't really notice them.
Right, and it was very little. Everything
Yeah.
else was practical, very little effects, and other than that, there was very little. Down to like, there's one scene where the candle just like blows out on its own, and it's like we had our, someone standing like with a a
Fire
board like,
extinguisher or something.
get it out.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's like if people saw some of the behind the scenes of making movies, it's like ridiculous.
I love that.
Have you ever had prosthetics done like this before? Because I won't say what it is, but you have some pretty heavy duty prosthetics.
Yes, I have. I've done one other role that required quite a bit. I played a creature in a movie a long time ago called The Underneath, and it was like a 2.5 hour, 3 hour process to get it on. And that was like full face. Wasn't body, but it was full face with teeth and all of that, which was a lot. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. So I was a little bit prepared for the end. And KO is our makeup artist, and she's incredible. And she actually we're working on another project together, but yeah, she's incredible, and a lot of it was like placed individually, and she just is really seamless on doing it, and that was actually pretty comfortable. Just takes a while to get on, but not too bad. Not too bad once you have it on.
Looked great and horrible.
Yeah.
It looked painful. So
Yeah,
very effective.
Yes, she did an amazing job.
Well, I think something I appreciate about Two Witches is that the witches are evil and dark in the movie, and we don't get that a lot. I don't think in modern movies about witches. They're usually presented, which is, I'm not against this either, but they're more presented. They're part of nature, and they're not necessarily evil. And this is more of a traditional witch. I think a lot of people think of as a evil witch.
Yeah, I think they wanted to have a story about some women that were badass and someone that you actually kind of might end up rooting for in a weird way, or you want to see what's going to happen next with her. That's definitely, like I said, something that drew me to her was finding the complexities in that, and like what I can relate to. Because, obviously, like, I'm not a witch, and I don't hopefully relate to doing horrible things to people, but I can, I think a lot of us can relate to like feeling lonely and feeling like an outsider, and like nobody really sees you, and like what you would do with that if you weren't a great person and you had powers. What would you do with that? So that was an interesting look for me, is finding that in getting my way into her, to have some fun, and not just playing this character that's evil, but like why she is where she's coming from.
Well, I think the best villains are always not always. I guess there's some cool, just straight up evil things, but the most part evil. The best villains are ones that they have humanity to them.
Right. And that's it goes to like her speech at the end, that like she just was like looking for like someone to love her, which is sad, because that's a lot of us feel that way, and we just want to be loved, even the people that are like her. So
especially with the idea of doing another one. If you want to follow this character, you want some connection to it. to
Yeah,
it.
and we have a script, and so now we're hopefully get to film it maybe this year, if not next. But
good.
I'm really excited to see where her character is going to go, because now she's going to be more into her own and like figured stuff out. So it's like now really see what she can do. Now that she's a little more powerful.
Yeah.
And the
And it was,
covenant itself is so.
Yeah.
Like Neal was mentioning the evil witches, but then I think, well, there's so many ways I could think of this film possibly going. So I'm definitely. It's not going to just be like, oh, here's the sequel and this very predictable. I can't predict where it's going to go.
Right.
Me neither.
No idea what's going to happen, and that's really exciting because it was a different movie.
Yeah.
Like this, I don't want to spoil the movie at all, but it could be the way you're saying. Is your character, more redeemed in the second one? It could lead that way.
Yeah, it's an interesting thing to look at, and finding the, like we said, the morality, the humanity of someone, and what that looks like as well, is an interesting. Yeah, so we'll see. I'm not really sure yet how it's gonna go. So we'll find out.
Yeah.
Hopefully.
And it was cool on the commentary. Pierre kept talking about building this universe and mentioned like some characters that you really only briefly see, and it was kind of like just so people see who they are, then you might see more of them in future episodes.
Yeah, absolutely. Like building this, especially some of the characters that you kind of started to get to know could easily come back. And I don't know, it's a magical world, so there's a world in which people that are dead could come back. Who knows?
Right.
Interesting. Yeah.
You never know. That's the fun of it. That's why I had a lot of fun making the movie, because you aren't exactly sure. It could go in any different way, which is really fun.
I thought it was really fascinating that the things that were happening, I was kind of like there was all the trickery she did with people, and then one of these particularly horrible things, I'm like, no, it's going to be something else. What's it going to be? There's like a surprise moment. I think probably know what I'm talking about with the mom.
Is this which part?
The part when she ends up going to the mom's.
Oh, yes.
And I'm just like, no. I was really like, wait, no, it can't be. Which I don't always feel that way watching a movie. It was very much like I'm waiting on the edge of my seat for what is this going to be? Because it went so many different ways of this person psychologically could just screw with people psychologically. Like there just could have been nothing. And it was very powerful. Her level of evil and trickery.
Yeah, that scene was really fun. That one actually, interestingly enough, is one of my favorite scenes in the movie, but also on set was the one that I felt the worst about.
Oh, really?
Which is like a lesson as an actor, is like that you can't always trust how you feel, that it's not always accurate. There was a lot of moving parts. There was a lot of pieces to it. There was a lot of things that weren't there. Like obviously the bunny, that was put in later. So there's a lot of things you're working with that aren't actually there, that you have to try to pretend are there. And then just action sequences that you're trying to film that make sense. And it felt like I was kind of all over the place, which I guess works because she would have been kind of as well, and like pretending that she had it all together. And then, of course, Pierre edited it beautifully, and so it turned out great. And then, like I said, one of my favorite scenes. But it's interesting in the process. I felt very lost in it, and I guess works well for Masha because she would have been figuring it out too. So, yeah.
Speaking of her name, is there a story to Masha? It's not a name I've ever seen before, and they even noticed that in the movie. It's not Marsha, it's Masha. Do you know anything about where that came from?
It was just the name he liked. It's like, what's an interesting name we can give her? And I think it may, I think it was more or less like something he liked. He'd have to maybe. I love it because it's like something that you won't forget either.
Oh yeah, true.
I saw in the end credits that it was filmed during COVID. How did that affect the filming the movie, and did it change anything from the script?
Yeah, so we started before COVID, and then of course we got shut down with COVID. So by the time we came back, the very last scene, I think you guys will know what I'm talking about when I'm hurt and then with all the witches around me. Very end, we filmed that because it was during COVID, and we were working with, we were very concerned working with older people as well. We filmed all of that individually, so I didn't film it with anyone else in the room. It was just me, and then Pierre and Max, the producer, just told me where to look and what was happening and who was like they would pretend to be speaking the part and like where to like look and see. So that was challenging just because you don't know exactly what it's going to look like or what the witch, you're using a lot of your imagination, and you would never know that we weren't all together, but that was definitely an interesting challenge, to feel like you're like really in it when it's like just you.
Yeah.
And if someone else had been the director and different people doing this, it could have been awful. But
Yes.
you really sounds like this guy
Yes.
is a trustworthy filmmaker.
Yeah. And Pierre, I trust him immensely to tell me like, okay, what's happening? What are we doing? And he makes it work, and we make it work together. And I trust him very much in that, which, that, like I said, that's important because it could not go well, and could make it, as you, an actor, look bad. So
Brandon, let me grab this here. Brandon wants to know, I hope to collaborate with everyone here. What is your dream project someday, Rebekah?
Ooh, that's good. I get asked that a lot, and I never have a great answer because I don't have a specific, I want to do this. It's more or less like I just want to keep playing really interesting, fun, different, unique characters. That's always been a goal. If I'm able to choose, sometimes you audition and we don't get to always pick what the job's going to be because we need money or whatever. But if I have the choice, that's my goal, is just to keep picking characters that I love, that I'm passionate about, that are different, interesting, and that, hopefully people would say, oh, I can't wait to see that because I know it'll be weird or different. So yeah, I would say that more or less than something specific.
Did Two Witches, it had a festival run?
It did. It went to Grimfest in England. It went to Stages in Spain. It went to several like Film Quest in Utah. It went to quite a few different festivals. I didn't get to go to most of them. I went to the one in Utah, but Pierre and Max, our producer, they went to a bunch of the ones around the world.
Yeah.
And they said it was really interesting to watch it in Spain because it's, obviously it's in English and then it's translated. So like the jokes, like everybody would laugh like a second later, like after they read the bottom. So they said that was really fun.
Yeah.
What was it like for you seeing with an audience?
It was really fun because I really feel like this is a movie that really should be seen with an audience because of the weirdness and the quirkiness. And then it's that thing where you're like, am I laugh? Like I'm supposed to laugh, but like it feels weird. Like they just, I don't know, like when one person in the audience starts laughing, like everybody's like, okay, I'm okay to laugh. Like this is supposed to be funny, So that was really fun to see everyone's reactions. And then of course, like when things were gross, people were like, oh, like audibly gasping or like grossed out, or just, hearing the reactions around me was really fun as well.
Yeah, it's a very contrasting movie. I mean, this isn't a big spoiler because it opens with, eating babies, and then you have some comedic stuff. So it's all over the place. And I can imagine that is a fun experience with a group of people.
Right, to see what people are gonna react to is fun. And then sometimes you don't realize lines are funny, and then but they are, because like when you're filming it, it's like, you're not filming it thinking it's funny, and then it ends up being really funny, which is great. So
I remember watching Human Centipede 2 by myself, and I was thinking, am I supposed? It's almost just like we said, I was like, am I supposed to be laughing at this stuff? And then I watch it with an audience, and everyone else was laughing. I was like, oh, okay, I'm not. Or maybe I still am a weirdo, but everyone else is. What were you about to say,
You're
Annabelle?
enjoying the experience together. There's something
Right.
about, comedies and horror, especially with an audience, are different. Even dramas, but like movies that really elicit a reaction is much more of a collective experience when you're watching it with other people, and you feel like you enjoy the movie that much more, actually.
What were you about to say, Annabelle? Sorry.
Oh, I was going to ask if there were any parts of the movie that you were waiting for, like a particular scene that you were concerned about what the audience reaction would be.
Probably the end. Not the very end, but the scene with the guy in the bed.
Oh,
You probably know what I'm talking
Yeah.
about.
Yeah.
That
Well,
one
yeah.
for sure. I feel like could be, and maybe some people did think could be taken the wrong way, and there were a few people that did think that, and is what it is. I mean, not everyone's going to love everything, so but for the most part, I think majority of people took it for what it was supposed to be and the fun of it, and then so. But yeah, that one was a little concerning for me.
Mhm.
And then, of course, the way that I open the movie is very, in my chapter, obviously, is very, just kind of throws you right in. So you're like, okay, here I am. Now you're on the ride.
Yes.
There's no like lead up, there's no getting warm. So
Mhm.
Yeah, and Pierre again. He said it. That was the first scene they filmed with you too. It wasn't just the first scene you
it
see.
was.
So
Yes.
what's that like for that's your first scene as that character? And I assume that I would also kind of set like if you're gonna, you have to trust everyone on set to film that scene and to make a movie. So I would assume that would, give you a good feeling if everything went right.
Yes. Yeah, I was nervous going in because, like I said, it's like a really more difficult scene to start with when you don't know anybody. I hadn't worked with anybody. I, briefly met Pierre. It's like, hi, here we go. Thankfully, Jacob, who was my scene partner, was incredible, very nice, very gracious, safe partner who was very concerned about my safety and my feelings and making sure I was comfortable and everything, which was great. It made me feel once I was on set and we were working, then I felt like no reservations when everybody was making sure the environment was as safe as possible for me. And it is an interesting, great way to start also because you're like, oh, here it is. Like, here we go. Like, there is no, and I don't really feel like any scene of Masha's really is safe. Like, they're kind of, all of them are very just like throwing into the deep end. So it was an interesting, great way to figure out her and like how I was going to navigate how to kind of do this. And the faces like came into play. So that was like one of the first things we did too, and figuring that out. And so it kind of, even though it was challenging, you're throwing yourself into the deep end, it also I think worked out for the best because then I kind of knew what I was doing with her after that, if that makes sense.
Yeah. I'll post this here. Brandon, he's giving a little cheap plug for his own movie. That's fine. I'm on a werewolf comedy horror film, Wolf Hollow, which you can watch on Tubi. Where can you view Two Witches?
Yeah, so right now it's on Arrow Video, like you said, and also on Amazon Prime. You can rent it for a couple bucks. I think it's also free on Plex as of right now, but there's more news to come, so we'll see.
Yeah, and there, of course, you can get the physical release too.
Yes, and then there's also the Blu-ray that's I found out. Obviously, you can order on Amazon, but it's also at, well, I'm not sure if it still is, but for a while it was at Barnes and Noble, which was really fun.
Oh, cool. Yeah.
Oh.
When Annabelle and I were at Brooklyn Horror Film Festival, we met Alan from Arrow, and he had a booth there, and your movie was there, Two Witches. So they had it for sale at the booth, which was cool.
So how did you get into acting to begin with?
Yeah, so I started at a young age. I started doing theater when I was 12. I've always been interested in it. My mom took me to see my first play when I was 4. And I don't really remember the play, but I remember looking at her thinking and saying, I want to do that. And she was like,
Nice.
okay, sure, you're 4.
Yeah.
Like, you know, all right, like let's calm down. And I kept kind of bringing it up. And then finally, when I was 12, I didn't make the cheerleading squad in my junior high. And I was devastated, and I was ready to like just quit school and be an actor or something. I mean, it's like not any realistic expectations at all. But my mom was like, all right, fine. Like, let's try this. Let's try this acting thing. And I was like, okay. So she found a local children's group that they put on a musical every summer, and anybody that wants to be in it can be in it. You know, you audition for the different parts, but everybody can be in it. So it was like, you know, it's kind of a safe way to see if I really was like good at it, B wanted to actually do it, because wanting to do things and doing it are 2 different things. And so, you know, and it was like once a week we would rehearse, so it wasn't a lot of commitment, and it gave me a chance to see if this is actually like something I wanted to do. And that was it. I fell in love with it. I did musicals and plays all through junior high and high school, and I went to school for theater, and then TV and film transitioned in about 2010. But for whatever reason, it was just like that was where I felt at home. That's where I felt I wasn't good at sports. I'm not super athletic. And so I tried to play volleyball and basketball in junior high school. I wasn't good. But this was where like I felt like people got me, like where I understood them and this need to express myself in the arts, and playing kind of crazy characters started very young. At 15, I booked like my first straight play, and it was kind of a horror play, actually, if you want to be. And I played like this little ghost girl they found in a basement. So it was like,
Nice.
you know, yeah. Worked from very young. I was like playing weird characters, so it's worked out. But yeah, that's it. It was just I never wanted to do anything else.
Yeah. And your mom supported it, which is amazing.
Yeah, both my parents have always been so supportive. My mom would, you know, drive me to auditions or drive me to rehearsal if I booked something. They were always, you know, we came to everything. But, you know, there was also a part of her that I love, that she's never been a stage mom. She let me find the auditions. Like I would tell her, okay, I have an audition. I want to audition for this. I want to do this. Like she never pushed me to do anything. She never said I had to do it. She was never the driving force of it. It was always me. She was happy to drive me to where I needed to be and like support me and go watch the play, musical, or whatever I was doing. But if I had ever said, okay, I'm done, they would have been like, cool, like on to the next thing. Like they were not invested in that way and making sure like, oh, she has to do this. Like if they were never like that. And so so that's been helpful, because this career, you have to be self-motivating. You have to drive it yourself. There is no one to do it for you. There is no one to tell you to do your auditions. There's no one to like tell you to get an agent. There's no one forcing you to do anything. So if you don't do it, you just don't do it. So that kind of instilled in me in a very young age that I had to, if I wanted to do this, I had to make it happen for myself.
Do they watch your movies?
Oh yeah. They actually, so this is a great story. They went, so my husband couldn't go to the film festival in Utah. So my parents were like, we'll go with you. And I was like, oh, amazing. Like they'd never really done that. They hadn't seen the movie. So I was like, what a great way to see it. So that was really great until I sat in the audience with them and thought about the first scene. The next time. And I was like, sorry, Dad. But yes, they've seen everything. And they just recently, my film, The Veil, that should be coming out hopefully later this year. It was at the Austin Film Festival, and they drove up. They live in Texas. They live in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. They drove up to Austin to see it. They hadn't seen the movie yet, so they drove up to be there, and that was really special. So yeah, they've watched everything, good, bad, everything in
Yeah.
between.
Oh, that's awesome. And I saw,
Great.
speaking of Texas, I saw you did your first convention, I guess last year, and
Yeah,
it was
in El
in Texas.
Paso. Mhm.
Yeah. So what was that? What was that experience like?
It was really fun. I was, yeah, like you said, I did LA Comic-Con here a
Mhm.
couple of years, but this was my first time like officially being an official guest of the con. And yeah, they treated us so well. Had no complaints at all. It was fun meeting people and a lot of, Two Witches fans, a lot of SVU fans, which was fun. And hopefully, get to do more in the future as well, and as more things come out.
Yeah. Can you tell us about Crust?
I can. As much as I'm allowed. No.
Right.
Yeah, so like you said, Crust is directed and starred and produced and wrote by Sean Whalen, who was in Twister and lots of other great movies, Never Been Kissed, and list goes on, right? So that one's about a guy who he plays a guy who owns and lives in a laundromat, and after the socks are left over by people that just forget to pick them up, he collects them all and puts them in a pile and uses them to wipe his nose and do other things that I won't mention. And they're like a crusty pile in this corner. And when he gets beat up one day by some bullies, people aren't very nice to him, the sock monster comes to life and avenges all of his enemies and is called Crust. So in that, I play his love interest. So that was really fun. And the Crust, the creature, is all practical effects, no CGI.
Nice.
Yeah, we had a puppeteer named Rachel on set who was incredible. I remember the first day, we had a scene in the office, and I got to see her move him for the first time, and I was just like, thankfully the camera wasn't on me because I was just like, yeah, she's a genius. So it's going to be, it's in post now. So hopefully we'll have some good news to share soon. And yeah, it's going to be really fun, I think.
Yeah, it's really cool because I know this has been Sean's like dream project or passion project for a while. We had him on the show, not on the last time he was doing, because I think the last time when they guys actually got it made was the second time trying to crowdfund it. The first time we had him on, and I don't think it made it. And then I think he changed stuff around a little bit, and and finally get it made. And I was really excited because it sounded cool, and Sean's a nice guy, and I was happy to see you involved, and it just sounds really cool and fun.
Yeah, it's a horror comedy. It's a really fun, crazy film, and I think people are really gonna hopefully love it. And it's like a weird thing because you love Crust, but yet he's doing bad things. So you have that like, how do I feel?
And I've seen since then you and Sean like you started your own production company and you're doing stuff together. So that's really cool.
Yeah, so we each have our own, and
Okay.
but we're working in conjunction together on some producing some horror stuff. Yeah, some scripts. So so we don't have anything to announce yet on that, but it's been an interesting journey to find some stuff that we want to produce and act in and direct and all the stuff. So I've just recently started producing, so I'm looking forward to seeing how that goes.
How did you get involved in that? Is that something you wanted, like you actively pursued, or is it something that kind of came about, through making independent films?
Yeah, so it's interesting. I've always kind of like been interested in it. My husband's told me for like years, like you should, like I think you'd be great, like you should produce as well. Acting is always going to be like my first love, and I'm never like going to give that up to do the other. But I don't know. It sounds like bad as far as, so as an actor, you have very little control, right? The only thing you can control is your performance on set, but you have no say in how it turns out. And so sometimes you like wish that you could have a little bit more say in things, a little bit more of, I don't know, not control, because that sounds like you need to like control everything, but just that
you get to influence.
Yeah, that you have influence and you get to collaborate and like you get to have a little bit more, like you said, influence in how things go. And so I've been interested in that and what that would look like and how I could do more than just act in a project and move to the next and that'd be it. And how I could, also develop my own projects as well. And so I produced a little bit before, not more vanity credits than anything, but then Sweet Molly, which I filmed last year in Utah, was the first film that I really was like a producer on that I'm actually also starring in. So that was a really interesting, great experience. I had a wonderful time figuring that out and still learning how everything works, but I liked being in the casting process. I've liked being in the, how it looks, how the trailer is looking, how the film's looking. It just is interesting to be in that process and know more about it than just being on the sidelines and not seeing, not getting to see the process of everything. Not to say like, of course, happy to be just an actor in things as that comes along too, but it's been an interesting learning experience as I directed my first short film over the summer.
Oh, cool.
So I was able to take like that experience into this, just trying to learn as much as I can about as much as I can, if that makes sense.
Well, what's the short film?
So I can't really say much yet, but it is actually a little quirky comedy.
All right. Well, what are your? I know you without saying what it's about. Too much. Also, it's hard to talk about a short film what it's about because it's a short film and you can give away the whole thing. But what are your plans to do with it? Like, do you want to do like festivals?
So So it's going to be festivals. What will happen with that, and then also kind of a using it as kind of a calling card to start.
Like, this is what I can do, and
to start to the other side of things, to maybe direct more, to be involved more in developing films and doing the kind of projects and parts that I want as well. Like I feel like really blessed the last few years, especially with Two Witches and The Veil and like Crust, to play these characters that are really have meant something to me and are really powerful. And I want to keep doing that. And I also am like, okay, then I can also maybe have a say in how that comes about. And I don't have to just wait around for them to come to me. I can also actively make them too.
Yeah, I have several friends from doing the show or being at festival stuff whose similar path was like they weren't always getting roles that they found interesting or whatever. And so they started to produce or write, direct. I don't want to make this sound like egotistical, like, oh, so I have a cool role, but to have roles that interested them.
Right. Yeah. And even celebrities are doing it, not to say like I'm any like thing like that, but like it's not just on the indie level, it's also on the big level. I mean, I just saw an interview with Reese Witherspoon who said like she funded her own production company so she could make the kind of projects that she wants to make instead of just waiting around for people to hire her. I mean, a lot of that is going to happen, right? You're still going to audition. You're still going to book stuff you're not involved in other than acting. But in the meantime, instead of just waiting for the phone to ring or waiting for that next audition, we can be actively creating as well.
You mentioned something earlier talking about when you were in school and the idea of, you just used the word again, about being a creator. It's not, you are an actress, but there's more than that. Like you want to be creating and being in all of the different parts. It just sounds like an amazing experience for you to continue to be able to develop and grow into all of these different areas. Sounds fun. Sounds like a lot of hard work, but really fun and rewarding.
Yes, it is. Absolutely. So Sean Whalen, he kept bugging me. He's like, you should direct. And I was like, I don't know. Like I've directed theater before, but it's been a very long time and I've never directed film and TV ever. And he kept saying it. And he was like, I see it on my own set. I see that you are doing it. You just aren't doing it, if that makes sense. And he's like, if we write a script for you, will you do it? And I was like, okay, sure. Like, And like a week later, he's like, we have the script.
Wow.
And then we went, like, that was in June, and then we went and we made the film at the end of July. So, and then now it's just, now it's in the post process, and we're in the music stage and all of that right now. And it's been a lot. It took a little bit of rewiring a little bit that I was the quote unquote boss, because people kept asking, well, what do you want, Rebekah? And I'm like, I don't. Oh wait, it does matter. Like, it actually, like, I am the one saying, like, this is your film, so you get to like decide, which is also really scary, because if if it's not good, then it's on you as well, right? But if you don't take the risk, then you'll never know. So I think, like you said, also surrounding yourself with people who are lifting you up, who are encouraging you, who are willing to jump and do it with you is everything. And I've always had like amazing people I've worked with, but recently I've had different people that, as far as like being able to be like, you should do this opportunity here, I'll give it to you, which is I've been really lucky in that. So I hope to continue on this path and see what happens, and hopefully, like, the next time I'm on, maybe we'll have something else. I'll be like, and now I just did it.
How about the other kind? We had Mary C. Russell on when she was making it, and she gave us the trailer to post it first. And so, do you know where that's like going? And
I don't yet. I mean, I know it's done, and so I think we're waiting on festivals, to hear back on festivals and distribution at this point, as far as I am aware. So I'm excited. I saw it, but I know that the last time I saw it, I think some changes have been made a little bit, so I haven't seen the final cut yet. So I'm excited to see the finished product.
Yeah, I assume you're used to that, but you make something, you film something, and then it might come out, a few years. But is that ever, I don't want to say annoying, but it's always ever frustrating?
Sometimes when you like feel like, oh, the footage is going to be so good and I want to be able to use it.
Right.
Or you want people to see it. Sometimes waiting is hard. Can be like, that's a nice thing obviously about TV, is when you film, especially if you film like a guest star on like one episode or something, it's going to come out in like a couple months, and then you've got the work to show. Sometimes with films, it's like you can have done like 4 or 5 that are all in post, and so it feels like you've done nothing, even though you have, because they can't see any of the films yet, right? It doesn't really feel real until it's actually out there for people to watch. So, but I understand the process, especially my own short. Just it takes a while. It takes a bit, especially on the indie level, when you don't have like studio funding and you don't have all that backing. It just takes a bit to go through editing and color correction and all those other sound and music, and all those things are just take a bit, so
along those lines, like to find someone who does the color correcting and all these different jobs, is that just something from being an actor in other films, like you got to meet some of those people and just like kept in mind, like, oh, this will be a good person, if I ever would do something, I would like to ask them because they were good, on this other movie I was acted in?
Yeah, that's a great question. So for my short, I got really lucky in that. So Jaron Lewis is our DP for Crust, and so he needed to come back to LA. He's from Tennessee. He needed to come back to LA to do a reshoot day for Crust. We had a couple scenes that we needed to reshoot, and so we just planned for, he was going to be here a week because he's also editing the film, and so we're like, a couple of the days that you're here, are you down to like shoot my film? And he was like, I'm down. And he was so cute. He's like, okay, I want to shoot your film. He's like, I can't edit it. And I was like, okay, yeah, no problem. Like, not a problem. We'll find someone, not an issue. Like, so, but after he shot it, then he came to me and he's like, I want to edit it. So it's like, I think once he was committed, he's like, I don't want anybody else to come and mess this up,
Yeah.
And so I'm so thankful for him to be willing to do that for me, when he, probably has a lot of other things to be doing, that he took the time out to help me with my short and my first project. And I want to, put something out that's the best it can be. So yeah, to answer your question, yes, it is a lot of, thankfully, as an actor for this long, I've met a lot of amazingly talented people behind the scenes, in front of the scenes, that, Pierre will often ask me like, hey, do you have any recommendations for this role? And he'll send me what the role is. And I'm like, yep, here's, here's 4 actors, or here's an actor. And he's used them. And so that's been lovely to be able to kind of give back and pay it forward, and have, and then for me, I'm like, I'm so lucky to get amazingly talented people to help.
Yeah. And I think for people watching this who want to make anything on any level, it's good advice. Also, I would recommend film festivals, because you're going to meet a lot of other people who work in movies, and you get build relationships and collaborate.
So on a quick story on that. So Sweet Molly, we just released the trailer like on Monday, actually, or Tuesday, one of those days. I'm like, what day is it now? I met the director at Film Quest, which is a film festival in Utah, when Two Witches was playing, and he saw the film, and he and now, with Instagram, it makes it so easy. Everybody just follows each other, and you can keep in contact. And then he, messaged me a while after and was like, I have some scripts. Like, I'd love you to look at them. Like, I'd love you to play this part. And I looked at it and I was like, yes, I'd love to. Came on board as, as an actor and a producer. And we just made it last August. So, and that's a connect I made at the festival. So, you kind of never know who you're going to meet and who's going to watch your work and who's going to remember you. Same thing with the Veil, the producer. I was in one acting class with him in 2018. He audited the class. I sat next to him. And then 4 or 5 years later, he messaged me on Twitter and was like, we have this script and we'd love for you to play Hannah. Will you look at it? And 2 months later, we were in Pennsylvania filming. So when they say it's who it's a lot of that is true, and just getting yourself out there and meeting people and making relationships and keeping those up as best you can. And you just never know who's secretly watching.
Yeah.
Wow.
Also, along those lines, sometimes a lot of my friends, they work with a lot of the same people, and I think a lot of that is not only that they know their talent stuff. It's you find people you trust and you like to work with, and then you why wouldn't you want to continue to work with them?
Yeah, I mean, if it works, why? If it's not broken, don't fix it, right?
Yeah. And another thing on every level, Quentin Tarantino works with a lot of the same people, and then independent people I know work with the same people.
Yeah, if someone's great, and they're a hard worker and they're going to show up and they're going to do their job, why not? So that, as an actor, obviously, sometimes there just aren't roles for you. And
sure.
And I don't, I don't want someone to put me in something just to work with me if I don't actually fit the character. That feels then it's just a mess. But yeah, the idea is to continue to work with people that you love, that you hopefully get to work with people you love continually, and find projects that you can work together if you don't have something. And that's what kind of I'm finding now is okay, what we want to work together again, what can we find that works for us? Yeah. And so you get it. Why Mike Flanagan, hires the same actors over and over again. It's I get it, because he knows they're going to come and deliver.
Mm-hmm. So I want to ask some witch questions, since we're doing Winter of the Witches here.
Okay. I may not. Are these answers facts answers? I have to know that.
Nah, it's your opinion answer.
Oh, okay. It's
not. Yeah. Now it's the written quiz.
I know. I was no. You're in 1847.
That's what we should have done. That's the new version of the show. What's your favorite witch movie? besides your own, of course.
Besides my own.
Yeah.
That's a good question. Practical magic, I think.
Mhm.
Interesting. That's a good
I was gonna say it doesn't have to be horror.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. I think would be like,
And how about your favorite looking witch in a movie or TV show? So it doesn't, not necessarily your favorite movie, but just the look. That's like, this is what I like.
oh, the look. I mean, wow, let me start that again. Bette Midler in Hocus Pocus.
All right, very good.
I mean, that's the idea, right? Like to play a character that is so iconic that people dress up as you from literally a movie that they made in the 90s. That people are still like, you dress up as, and everybody's like, know who it is. Like, there's no question. Like, how cool,
Yeah, that's actually a very good point.
Yeah, I like this comment. Give a thorough breakdown of the Salem witch trial.
Dave's the best.
Yeah, well, Annabelle and I are close to Salem. So.
I'm like, okay, gather up, people.
Have you ever been to Salem? That wasn't on my list, but
no, but Two Witches, actually, that was the first festival they went to.
Oh, really? Okay.
Oh, really? Oh,
So I didn't get to go, but like I was like, oh, that's fitting. That's perfect.
Yeah. Well, have you ever used a Ouija board?
I have not.
All right.
I'm too scared. I know I've seen too many movies. I don't want to invite anything in.
Well, yeah, Annabelle and I have used the Ouija board, but Annabelle didn't want to keep it in her house, I believe.
and I wouldn't let you keep it yourself.
Right. I have it around somewhere.
So my mom had a friend growing up that had a Ouija board that they tried to get rid of. Like there's 2 or 3 times, and it kept showing up back in their house.
Oh, wow. I'm someone who doesn't believe that stuff. And then we used it in a cemetery that's considered haunted. And we were getting actual answers with it. And they weren't like, because I think if you were going to make up stuff, even like, not like, without thinking about it, like they would be something like really crazy, but it was like very mundane things,
Yeah, you're like, you're like asking questions like, what's your favorite food? And they're like,
There's this old guy who was a doctor. He was like a family practice doctor, I think. And he grew old with his wife. And I think Neal asked, is your wife there with you? And that's when he couldn't answer. And then we found out after
Yeah.
that
Well,
cemetery.
the weirdest thing is it kind of moved all around the board and never landed anywhere.
Yeah. But we found out afterwards that cemetery, well, you remember better than I do, Neal. So what it was?
Yeah, because it's local to me. The reason why like people consider it's haunted is the tombstones have moved around at night, and so when they built the Cape Cod Canal, it flooded, and a lot of the tombstones aren't over the right bodies. And so then when we got the answer just kind of floated around, you start to like think up, and it's a very strange experience, especially afterwards.
I didn't
when
know
I found
anything
out
about
the
that.
backstory.
I thought you didn't know about that either.
I didn't either. I didn't know.
Yeah.
No.
well, that's fun.
Yeah.
So who knows? But
Yeah.
it was interesting.
Yeah.
You're like, I'm out. Yeah. I mean, like, well, when Kiara told us that story about the guy, like, just standing in the hallway for the last 2 hours, I was like,
yeah,
that's really creepy. Because, like, nobody's going to, like, prank that. That's too long. Like, no one's going to stand.
Yeah, for 2 hours. Yeah, you're really committed to the joke at that point.
Yeah, that's, like, really committing. And I don't know that anybody's that committed.
I'd be scared if someone was that committed to something like that. That's a problem. It's a problem.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe they need help.
If you were a witch, what spells would you want to be able to use?
Ooh. All I can think about is like superpower ones.
Yeah.
Like I'd want to be able to teleport.
Yeah.
That would be nice. Then you could just go wherever, whenever, and get there quickly. That would be nice.
Yeah. Maybe that's why they have the broomsticks, I guess.
Yeah. I mean,
Although teleportation's probably a lot easier than flying on a broomstick.
What other witchy? Like, what are the options?
No.
I don't know. It should be a multiple choice, I guess. But
I know it's like all I can think of is like love potion, but I wouldn't.
Yeah. But no, I like kind of making your own. You can make your own spell, I guess. Teleportation spell. I think that's a good answer.
Yeah, or like move things with my mind, like
Yeah,
telekinesis.
telekinesis. So.
Like like having like like Matilda being able to have like where your house like cleans itself.
Right.
That was awesome.
Greetings from Oz. I believe that he means Australia, not the wild, wonderful Oz. The yellow.
Or he could mean that. Who knows?
He could mean that. Very good. It's very true. I believe it's a flying monkey. Jeff.
That'd
Ball.
be great. He's like, greetings from.
So, people could check out Two Witches. It's on Arrow. You can get. You mentioned you can get on Amazon. And where can people follow you to see what you're up to?
Yeah, so I'm on Instagram at Becca BEKAHK. Long story on why that name is that. And then Rebekah Kennedy on Twitter. I'm also on Facebook, but I don't have any more Facebook friend room. But
I don't either.
People can still follow
me, right?
Yeah, you can still follow. I just feel bad because I have people that are like, add me. And I'm like, I don't have any room.
It is a dumb rule that they've kept forever, which I don't really
understand why they care if you have 5,000 friends. Like, what is the...
Yeah.
Well, how does that impact them?
Facebook explode if you have more?
It could be good for them. It keeps more people on the site. Yeah.
If someone can follow you, isn't that effectively the same thing? Because if you make
it's not only because like then I can't see their stuff.
So I mean like for Facebook. Oh, that's true.
Right. Yeah, like when you don't friends.
Yeah. Or if you put like friend only posts, I don't think they can see them.
Yeah, they can. Well, I mean, I do all my stuff public because I do have a lot of people that just follow, but and I don't post anything I wouldn't want. And
then there's just like the idea that you feel like I feel this way, and I'm not anyone important, but it's someone I can't because I'm at 5,000 too, and then you almost like you're trying to be like a big shot, like, oh, follow me, if you can't. But I would just befriend everyone if
I mean, I would. Well, and then I get people that drop off, like either they unfriended me or got rid of Facebook or whatever, and then I'll be like, oh, they'll have like 3 spots open, and I'm like, I don't need you. I got people waiting.
Exactly. Very cool. Well, this is very
like that great because you're like, oh, I wonder what they're up to, and then you go and look, and you're like, oh, you're not friends anymore, and that's why.
Yeah, that's happened to me. Yeah. Or if you just look at an old post for whatever reason, and you can see who liked it, or whatever, and then you see like the add friend next to the name.
Oh yeah.
You wonder what's up with that.
And you're like, what did I do?
Yeah, exactly. I think the other way is like, what the hell's wrong with that person? But you're like,
really, like what did they do? Yeah, that's that. Well, and then people deactivate, and a lot of times if they deactivate, like I'll unfriend because I'm like, I don't know if they're coming back.
I do this, yeah.
I wish there was an easy way to do that because I've tried to like bring down my friends list a little bit. But you have to scroll and scroll.
I know. I did get rid of
these little pictures.
Recently, I did get rid of a lot of people that like hadn't posted in 5-7 years or something, and I was like, if they're still around, like they're not posting anymore. Yeah. Or people that were like, it was obviously like a spam account where it was just like, like another,
like there's pairs of Ray-Ban glasses or
but
whatever.
It's a lot to go through.
Yeah, it's just hard to even do that. Originally, for a little while, I'd put in weird like letterings, cues and stuff and see what names would come up, and people I knew couldn't be real, I'd get rid of. But it's just a hard thing to go through that many people. And
now I really like only friend people that I have a lot of like mutual friends.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And then I know those mutual friends. So I'm like, okay, maybe this person is like, real.
Yeah. Like, okay. A real person who maybe you have something in common with.
Yeah. Or if they're in the industry, like definitely try to friend them. And it's not like I feel bad because some people have been just in my ag friend for a long time, but I don't know what to do about that.
I know, right? I feel like I can't delete someone. They'll just be like remembering names.
And then I was just posting the same stuff, and I'm like, people are like literally seeing the same. They don't want to see 2 posts from me. Like, I don't know if people even want to see 1. Like, they definitely don't want to see 2.
Yeah, if you have multiple pages,
Yeah, it's like the multiple, and then it's like, who can keep up with 2 pages? Like, I can keep up with 2. Like, I got too many social medias as it is. Like,
well, I even think that with the Twitter, Instagram, and my Facebook, a lot of it's just me plugging the same thing over and over. But,
well, because you do have like a different audience. Like, I have different people on Instagram than I do on, like, Facebook's a lot of family and friends,
yeah,
and then they're not on Instagram. And then Twitter is like a whole nother audience, or X or whatever it's called, is a whole nother audience, that because that's a lot of like writers that I've met, like people like that aren't on, I'm not friends with on Facebook. So it's a
lot.
You're like hitting all the audiences.
right. And then of course Threads. And
I know, I'm on there, and I don't know.
And Friendster. No.
That's the thing now too?
No, that's an old one.
Although I did see someone post, like, I'm on this new platform, and I was like, I can't.
It's too much. It is.
Yeah, I've joined a lot that I don't think ever go anywhere. So I think Threads is I've joined, like, just once people say, oh, this is going to be a new one that people will use, and then I'll join it. No one ever uses it, but Threads, actually people are on it, so I guess that one's going to be one.
Yeah, I do. Well, and then, like, does anyone still use, I guess people still, I can't remember what it's called now, but it was like really big during the pandemic, where it was just voices.
Oh,
why can't I think of the name? Do you know what I'm talking about, Neal?
No, I might not have been on it.
Interesting.
Yeah, like, so you were just listening, like, you could go in rooms.
Yeah.
And anybody, like, anyone's room you could go into, like, you could start your own room, or you could go into like somebody else's room, and you couldn't see anybody, but it was just voices. And that was really big during the pandemic, because a lot of like casting directors and people like that were like doing, so a lot of actors were, but now I can't even remember the name of it. But then I haven't.
That's so strange.
Remember Tout was something for that was like short, that was all short videos, Tout. And WWE actually bought it, and like they were trying to make it their own social media thing, and it was just a big failure. But
I can't keep up. I mean, it was fine for a while.
Blue Sky was going to be.
Oh yeah, that was one that I joined that everyone took. You had to be like, someone had to send you an invite for it.
Yeah, I love the ones that are like, you have to have like specialty invite, and it's like, it doesn't do anything.
Yeah, then I finally get one, and like, oh yeah, this is this desolate place that.
It's a desert.
Yeah. I know Slashers out there, and I wish that would take off, but I've never really seen really a lot of interaction.
What is that? Is that like a literal for like horror people?
Yeah, it's like a horror themed social media.
For a while now.
Yeah, I wish it would be like active, but it doesn't seem very active to me.
No, I think it's it's fans for the most part, but I haven't looked at that in years and years.
No, I haven't. Maybe since I've gone, it's just a huge success. I don't know, but
like, little do you know, it's like,
yeah,
it's
like this idiot, he doesn't know what he's talking about.
Yeah, I mean,
that's what all the kids love Slasher.
But I mean, it's hard to keep up with what you have, let alone like joining new platforms.
Yeah, there's only so much time in the day.
Yeah, because then you got to check those and like
right.
reply, and like I try to reply to everybody, and that's like hard, hard. So
very hard. I can't. It's too much. And I don't depend on like social media to survive, right? Because I understand that for you, this is part of your job, is that you have to be out. This is part of the work, is to be on social media.
Yeah. And like, well, and especially when you're doing like indie films, that's part of how people know about them, right? Like that's
right.
Is you posting about it, or someone posting about it. So especially when you don't have big money for big advertising, that's kind of how you're getting it out there to begin with. And it's a lot. It can be a lot of like kind of daunting to feel like, that. So.
Well, this came up recently in a movie I'm helping produce, and they were asking me about actresses that share out about the movie, because it is a thing though. It's like if they don't talk about the movie, it doesn't necessarily help, even if they're at talent or anything, to have them involved.
Because like, who's gonna look up someone's? I mean, fans aren't gonna look up people's IMDb and be like, "What are you doing? Let me go find that movie."
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You know, and they say like it takes like how many times for people to see the same thing before they like go and watch it or whatever, unless it's, you know, a big movie. So
Yeah. A good thing, honestly, not just here, Two Witches. The cover art's really cool on all the various ones they've done, which I think, you know,
yeah, I have
that
like one of
brings
the
you in, you know.
posters up.
Oh, nice.
Nice.
I'm like,
Yeah.
I can't point, right?
But yeah, they all, it really stands out. They all like, oh, what the hell is this? And
Well, that was his thought was because he's like, you know, obviously we're an indie movie. Like, if people just see it based on like, oh, that's cool cover art, because that, I mean, honestly, that plays a big part of it. Like, if I see a movie I've never heard of and I don't know anybody in it, and the cover art looks really bad, you're kind of like,
mm-hmm.
You know.
It's
but like, you
sort
know,
of like, you know, people always talk about going to the video stores. Like, when I was a kid, and you would see the cool cover art. Sometimes it would have nothing to do with the movie, and you'd rent it. It's a similar idea today, but there's even more stuff out there, and so that's the first thing that brings you in, you know.
Yeah, that's what he said. He was like, if I want to imagine like people are browsing at the store and they'd go, oh, that looks weird. Like, I'll check that out. You know.
Yeah.
And alternatively, if it's something that's boring or just doesn't look good, I think that turns people away because it looks like the people who created didn't care.
Right. You're like, if that's cheap made, then like, what's the film look like? You know, because that's kind of your advertising, right? Like, that's your way to get people to see it, is not just who's in it, but also like your trailer and your poster and any other art you have that, you know, gets people excited. Like, you know, because alternatively, of course, like you could see cover art you love and then the movie's bad.
Right.
But at least you've seen it.
You know, but they got you to watch it. So it worked.
Yeah. At the end of the day, it should be something good, but you still have to get people to watch it, even if it was good.
Right, because that's the hardest hurdle, or one of the hardest hurdles of making indie films is what, you know, not, you know, of course, not counting actually getting a film made, because that's like really hard. But once it's been made, is getting people to see it, getting it seen. That's the tricky thing. So.
Yeah, because it's great, the rise of all the streaming sites, you know, Shudder, Arrow, and then even Tubi and stuff. But that means there's so many things out there, so many choices, and so you have to stand out somewhere.
Inundated with so much content, and a lot of it is horror, because that's, you know, obviously what's easier to make, to sell. So there's so much of it, and to wade through the all of the choices, stuff can easily just get lost.
Definitely. Yeah. So everybody should watch Two Witches.
Well, thank you guys so much for having me. Thank you so much for your support of the movie. It means a lot. Really means a lot that you enjoyed it. So that's always nice to hear. So
yeah, we should have you back on sometime sooner than 8 years.
Yes, I agree. I would love to, you know, when The Veils comes out, for Crust, all those, love to come back and bring, you know, come back with Sean especially, and it'll be really fun.
Wonderful.
Yeah, sounds good. All right, thank you.
Awesome. Thanks, guys. Thanks again. Have a great
good luck with everything. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye. All right, we will. All right, very cool. Rebekah Kennedy. Yeah, she's awesome.
That movie was scary.
It is.
I get scared by things, but not everything. And that one was legitimately scary and gross. And I have to say, I kind of hated her character, but in a way that I was transfixed and wanted to know what's going to happen. I didn't want to like make her sad if I said it.
But,
I mean, she's perfectly horrible. You know, it's like, that's, I think, really, really, really excellent villains. You have to have a feeling about. You have to feel strongly about a villain. There's a really funny, lovable in their horrible way villains. You've got to have a strong feeling about a villain, or the movie's just not going to work.
I love that because I was really wondering about the backstory of the older witch and that she's the director's mom. I was like, oh, I think that's pretty awesome. She's great in the movie too, and I really love that they really went all in with the dark, evil witch. That the idea of eating children, all the evil stuff of the witches, And not that I don't like a movie about, witches or actually, about nature and they're not evil. That's all great too. But I see a lot of that. It was nice to see.
Where you mentioned that, and I'm like, where are these movies
That's what most of
with
the modern
with
ones
nice
are,
witches?
but
The Witch, isn't it?
no, not the witch. Well, it's very odd because a lot of the people who really like the movie talk about how empowering it is to women, and I do not understand that.
No,
Because
no.
she sells her soul to the male witch.
The devil.
For to the male devil. She sells her soul to the male devil.
She's
So I don't
seduced.
understand how it's and there's I don't want to sit here trash me, but I don't think there's really any seduction there. It's like all she sees is just nasty, gross stuff, and then all of a sudden he's like, you'll live life deliciously. And she's like, all right, take my soul. I'm like, I don't really.
She was so overcome by the horrors around her that her mind snapped, and that was the option before.
But how's that empowering to women?
It's not. But I'm saying,
All
as far as how did she get brought into that and make that decision? She was pushed over the edge.
I think, in my opinion, Gretel and Hansel shows a much better seduction to becoming a witch. Why someone might be seduced by that.
You can't make every movie the same, though.
I know that. That's just my opinion on the two movies.
Okay.
I'm not a big fan of the witch.
Okay. I like the witch.
I think it looks cool. It looks good. That's
What were we saying before that happened? You were talking about about the
Oh,
witches.
Troy's power went out, by the way. It's why he's
no
he
way.
doesn't. Yeah.
That sucks. From what?
He doesn't know because he says it's the nicest day this winter. I said, yeah, it's like because we went out today for Chinese, me, Troy, and our mom, and it was super nice out. Actually, I just wore a sweater and even wore a jacket.
Yep, it's gonna be even warmer this weekend.
Yeah, so hopefully we're gonna go see Lisa Frankenstein.
Is that what's out?
And Out of Darkness. So there's two horror movies. Lisa Frankenstein horror comedy for Valentine's Day, and then Out of Darkness is like the caveman horror movie.
Oh.
That's in a made-up language.
Yeah, we'll see how that goes.
Yeah.
So. Interesting. Oh, the witches. The Coven of Witches. I like how they were each it was almost like Cenobites now that I think about it, because they were so unique.
Yeah.
A unique look and creepiness factor to them. Like the one with the glasses. Like,
and it really did set up to like
being a cool witch. I don't know.
I was like, oh man, I hope. I'm glad she mentioned that there's a script and everything, because I didn't know, like, if they're making. I know the plan looked to be they're going to make a second one, so I'm very interested to see it. Like she said, it's it's a small budget independent film, but it looks. I would not know that from watching it.
Definitely.
Everything they don't try to do anything that they can't pull off. Everything's great in the movie. I like that it's got all the creepy faces, and like I brought up with her, like I could see how if that wasn't done right, it would come off like schlocky.
And if it was the only thing, like if that is your only thing that's scary, but it's not, there's so much more, and it makes sense for what's happening, like the actual things that are happening in the movie and what that kind of represents.
The director seemed like a cool guy when I was listening to the commentary track, talking about a lot of the influence of Giallo. And I even noticed, like, there's one scene I was like, oh, this feels like Suspiria, and he mentioned that and stuff. So I thought it was cool. Definitely a horror guy. Maybe we'll get Pierre on sometime.
Yeah, that would be great. Pierre Sigardis.
Yeah, and I'm really looking forward to Crust.
Sigardis.
Sean Whalen, he's currently doing interpretive dancing on his Facebook.
He did interpretive dancing with us.
Oh, that's right. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I forgot about that.
He was the guy when we were at Texas Nightmare in 2017,
Yeah.
and we were all Seth was not drinking, but the rest of us were drinking
Uh-huh.
and dancing, and somehow Sean ended up being part of our dance crew.
Yeah. I remember that now. I have like a video or a animated GIF or maybe both. Yeah.
Mhm. Yep.
Pretty
I don't know if I
rocking.
want the world to see that again, but it happened.
I don't
Thanks,
know.
Dave.
Well, I don't know. Sean does not seem to mind.
Cool.
He seems to have a good time posting some silly videos.
Nice. Well, maybe I'm gonna have to find. It's unfortunate that you can't. Like, I think you can prioritize a few people to see a lot more, but yeah.
Yeah, he
Yeah.
has a character. I think he's Roderick, and he did a bunch of interpretive dances for Christmas, and he's bringing the character back for
Awesome.
the Valentine's Day. Speaking of Suspiria, y'all check out the Dario Argento documentary. Did not, but I know Dave Deadman was really big on it. He was sending me a lot of messages about it.
Oh, well, what's his sales pitch for this film other than it's Dario Argento?
Yeah,
Or
let us.
sales pitch.
Yeah, I don't want to read this mess. He also made a. Everyone here knows Pepe Potit, and Pepe always posts about fingers and butts.
Always?
He does quite a bit, and so anyway,
Where? On Facebook? On social
Facebook,
media?
on
Oh,
social
okay.
media, and I'm maybe on Instagram. Anyway, he just says it, fingers and butts, but anyway, Dave Denman actually drew a Pepe Potit finger and butts logo for a potential T-shirt. So we'll see. Maybe this will become the Pepe Potit T-shirt. It'll sell like hotcakes.
I'm gonna send you a picture so people understand what you're talking about with Sean being open to being silly on the internet.
Yes, this is the character. This is Roderick. Let me just grab it here. I probably should have just screen shared it. That is not the picture I wanted. There we go.
Oh my goodness. Oh,
Come
man.
on, folks. There we go. It would be funny. He's like, I'm fine with this, but no videos of me with Neal and Annabelle. I have my limits.
That's awesome.
No, he's cool. I'm really looking. Yeah, Crust. That sounds very fun. I love the whole idea.
Yes. I remember you telling me about it like a while ago.
Yeah, like I said, we had him on a few years ago when he was trying to get it made originally, and they didn't meet the goal. And then he kind of reorganized it and stuff, and they met their goal, and that's it. And at that time, Rebekah wasn't involved, and so a lot of in-depth interviews with the actors and fiends and the man himself. Oh, very cool.
Interesting.
Yeah, I'm a true artist. Dave is a good man.
Oh, is this Rebekah over here?
I believe this is Rebekah. Thanks for having me. So fun. Yes, thank you for doing it.
Glad you're here and glad you had a good time.
Yes. Yeah, I'm glad she's like, take that down from the internet. No one shall ever see this. No, it was very cool. Yeah. If no one's ever seen her, I don't know. I don't think it's her first movie, but first movie I saw her in was Bastard, which is really that was a really good movie.
Now I must see more. See, what I'm going to do is I am the person that goes to IMDb to see what people were doing. But
right.
But I have a different role. Like here we are doing this. Not everybody does that. So
yeah.
But no, I was kind of wondering because I noticed that someone in the cast's last name is Kennedy, which is not the least known name ever.
Mm-hmm. If
But
they were I was wondering the same thing actually.
yeah, the
It was
mom.
the mom character who was also really good in the movie.
Oh yeah, she was great. I liked her. She was like very kind, but not fucking around. She was a very
Yeah,
real. She
I
was
like
very,
that they presented her. She wasn't just she wasn't taking she wasn't believing the bullshit. She was
and turns out
Yes, Danielle, not related, not related. This shan't ever be seen. Oh, very nice. And that's not just I didn't just make a blank account and be like, I'll pretend this is Rebekah. This
no.
is actually Rebekah on the
I mean, you are pretty suspicious, so
Yeah, you'd see me typing, but
you've
not
got
I'm
like
not
a remote
I'm a
person.
two-finger
Dave is
typer.
out there. I am not.
You're not what?
A two-finger typer. With my job now, I have to be like
I see.
constantly. I'm like a stenographer. It's a skill I never wanted and still don't want, but you gotta do what you gotta do. So,
Oh, cool. This was her second project with Danielle. She's incredible. She is great.
oh, she was awesome.
Yeah.
Should ask about Danielle.
Yeah.
But it sounds like she's awesome. Cool.
Yeah. Well, we got our answer. She's awesome.
Yeah.
I wonder. I'll have to find out what the other project was.
Yes. Maybe we'll find out.
Yes. Yes. So I sometimes try to wear a shirt that's suited to the. I don't really have any witch shirts. I don't think. I need a cool witch shirt.
Do you actually? Okay. You can't possibly answer this question honestly. A
Short film called Amy.
Amy. Amy was.
Oh, she'll send it to us. Very cool. Thank you.
Oh, nice. Thank you. Awesome.
What were you going to ask me?
You can't possibly answer this honestly.
I can answer anything. Oh, okay.
Honestly. I mean,
I'll answer it dishonestly.
It's hard to. Is whether or not you do actually like Suspiria.
You know what? The original Suspiria, I was not a fan of the first time I saw it. We actually did a really long review that was never edited, but I've seen it several times since that over the years, and I actually like it a lot.
It's grown on you.
Yes, I mean that happens with things sometimes. I don't think I really appreciated it the first time I saw it. I also had I really wasn't familiar with a lot of Italian horror at the time, and I'm still not. I haven't seen a million of them, but I just appreciate the. It's a very stylized movie. Not really necessary about the plot of the movie. There's some really scary. I really love the stuff at the end with like the pin, the doll. I don't know. No, it's cool.
Yeah, when she's
yeah. I also think that the remake's really good.
I need to see the remake again because I saw it and I was like,
I like it.
Many people did.
Mm-hmm.
So I am open to, if I see a movie and I really don't like it, I am open to trying it again. Unless it's Rob Zombie. Then probably not.
We have a couple interviews from Suspiria guests, Suspiria actresses on the website.
Yeah. Well, what was the convention we went to? There was like
Texas Frightmare.
Yeah, and Dario Argento was there.
Yeah.
Which was so cool.
Yeah.
They
both told us just go up and talk to him.
Who said it?
The actresses from the movie. They're like, just go up and talk to him while he's here.
I did. I don't know who he was with someone.
Yeah, I don't like to interrupt people when he was there talking to someone.
He seemed okay about it.
Well, that's true. Good time to catch up on Argento. All his movies are up on Shudder. The last time I was at Fright Fest in London, it was the premiere of his movie Dark Glasses, and that was packed. It was in the giant theater, completely sold out, and it was sold out. They showed it twice. It was just insane. I don't know how that's like a multiple hundred people theater. It was really packed.
Wow. Mm,
So good for him.
yeah, definitely. Definitely. So
We were
our
way up in the top. I had just flown in, so I was very sleepy.
Hmm. So what's the haps? We've got stuff happening.
Yeah, so not this weekend, but I believe it's next weekend. We'll be going to Dead of Winter Horror Film Festival in Worcester, Massachusetts. Next week, a week from today, we'll have James Lamont on to talk about it. We'll
He's
also have
gotta make
Helen.
it happen.
Exactly. And we'll also have Helen Udy on.
Mhm.
So we'll have Helen Udy on to open the show, and she is from My Bloody Valentine, the 81 version. I'm a huge fan, one of my favorite slasher movies. I talk about it all the time on the show. So that's very cool. And it's going to be the day after Valentine's Day. So
It's
that'll
pretty
be,
awesome.
yeah. And then whenever that's over, we're going to give her as much time as she wants. And then James will come on and talk about Dead of Winter. So if you're in the New England area, come out. It's a New England horror film festival. So it's filmmakers from New England. Lots of cool shorts, vendors, cosplay. It's going to be a good time
Yeah.
from noon until 6.
I have a lot of faith. Did you see the venue? It's insane.
Yeah, I saw they
It's
on Facebook. Yeah.
freaking gorgeous. I don't know what he did. I don't know how he got it. I know it's a Sunday, but that place is I'm just stunned. It's beautiful.
Yeah.
So maybe that's a kind of funny name though, that I wouldn't expect it to
Right,
be.
right. So many
Super
things have weird names now, but yeah, and End Zone 2 and the ones that feature Smash trailers will be playing.
Ooh.
They'll be playing before the films and also in the lobby, I believe, or in the area. I guess they're
Really?
gonna be showing stuff.
Wow.
So you're gonna see me popping up every once in a while. That's exciting.
Yeah. So you're looking forward to that.
Yeah, I'll just stand there like, hey, look at that guy.
You be signing autographs. You better bring some stuff
Honestly, I
with
think
you, Neal.
no one ever. I don't think anyone cares about my character.
What? Which
Yeah.
one?
Bob. Yeah, I don't think anyone ever mentions him.
Oh,
I'm not trying to get. I'm not fishing for compliments, but I don't think he's ever been brought up in any review.
your time will come, Neal. I love you as yourself, to be honest. Like,
Well,
not just in person, but like in the movie. Actually, in person, I don't know. But
yeah,
in the movie,
take him or leave
he
him.
replaced himself, and so good. So great. Dead of Winter Horror Festival is at Mechanics Hall, 321 Main Street in Worcester. Films, trailers, vendors, art. Now, I'm not sure. I think it's pretty affordable too. Standard guest $20, and that is like, I think it's a long day. It's a good amount of time. It's certainly a lot more affordable than just going to a movie. Spooky single pass and spooky with very important guests. Oh, so like swag. If you pay $45, you get the pass and swags.
By the way, I hate to bring this up,
yeah,
but
I'm sure you do.
for people out there, please don't spam the messages for the events.
Does that happen again?
Yeah, and it's someone I've known for a long time. I felt really bad, but I banned him from the website. So from the group. I've known him for years, and he just kept spamming the events with a link to something about buying gold, and I thought it was hacked or something. And I asked a
Yeah.
mutual friend, and they're like, no, it's like something he does, and it's like, so this it's not it's fine. If you want to post on your Facebook, even if you want to tag me in it, like I don't really care about it, but it's not a big deal to me. But don't spam the group's messages, because that goes to everyone that's going to the live shows. So they're getting all these stupid messages for a live video to buy gold. And I don't want the site, our Without Your Head associated with that.
Yeah.
So I kept deleting them, and then he just wouldn't stop. So I just banned him from the group, and so it's too
Oh.
bad. It's someone I've known for a long time, but
Maybe
I don't
he
really
did come to you
understand.
and say, "What happened?"
Yeah. So if you
And
promise me not to ever do that again, but I mean, use some sense. I wouldn't go to someone else's group and just like hit like every event and telling people to come listen to the show or something.
well, some people don't have sense. Could be totally innocent, but no sense. That does happen. So
Right.
sorry to that person, but grow sense.
Grow some sense.
Grow some sense. Don't do that. No one likes it ever. I wonder what kind of like if you like let's say this guy just did that and spammed the world. How much does he get out of that? Like,
I
does
can't
it
imagine
ever go like,
anything. Do you think
oh, gold?
yeah, is anyone like goes and they like, I'm gonna
Um,
go buy some gold from this guy? He told me in this group about an interview with actress from My Bloody Valentine to buy gold. I think this is probably what I'm gonna go do. Like, no, it's probably not gonna happen.
Oh, Dave asked an important question going back to End Zone 2.
When do crowd trenders get a sneak preview for End Zone 2? I'd really have to ask Michael. That's a good question though, because it ended a couple weeks ago. So I'm not sure when the because I think the different depending on what you get, you will get a depending what tiers you got, you'll get the video on so I'm
Is it
not sure.
final edited?
No, I think End Zone 2 is the final edit, but we're actually even adding some more characters or talking heads to not End Zone 2, but to Smash the end of this month. I think Smash will be done by May is the idea. So
you gotta wait, Dave.
yeah.
But hopefully it will be an amazing, worthwhile wait for you. Well, not maybe an amazing wait, but worthwhile wait.
Yeah.
Amazing waits are not generally amazing.
I was talking to Troy today about Arbor Day.
Yeah. People don't know what you're talking about.
Arbor Day. Well, I have it on my Facebook. Without Your Head film Arbor Day. It's going to be a short film.
I don't look at your Facebook. Why would everybody else watch?
Everyone looks at my Facebook. Arbor Day short film by Without Your Head. And so anyway, it's in the works. We may put a small crowdfunder up just to help cover a few. It won't be very much, maybe a few $100, just to cover some costs to make some stuff. So, but I want to make sure we're actually making it before I do that. So. But it looks like we will.
How many people are going to be in this thing?
Right now 4, but I might, I also might want a voice of something which would come into the crowdfunding, possibly pay someone to do a voice for something. Someone that would be recognizable. I wouldn't want to just, not pay him like $1 bazillion or something. But anyway, just to cover the costs. Maybe buy some, and then if for whatever reason there's more, we get more than we need, the money would go into getting submitting the movie to festivals.
So it's a Nasty Neal original Arbor Day, the horror short.
Yes.
He's going to start working on it soon. It's going to be interesting stuff. I know a tiny little nugget of it, and I think it's a pretty cool idea.
And instead of just saying I'm going to have it at the Arbor Day, it would be great, but I also want to make sure it's good. So it'll come out this year, but if we miss Arbor Day, that's fine. That's fine. I'd rather have it good than done quick.
Definitely. Absolutely.
And Troy's retiring at the end of this month, I think. So he's got more time to do some stuff. So.
Oh, cool.
We're talking about some actual practical effects stuff. So.
Yeah.
So we'll see.
Troy Jones, Neal Jones, together at last making cinema.
Exactly.
Jones
And Annabelle will be involved. Well, I have an idea for Annabelle to be involved if she wants to be. So
we'll see what happens. No spoilers on Annabelle's involvement.
all right.
In case I decide not to. But
Sam
I think
Haynes.
I will decide too.
Sam Haynes is gonna be doing the score.
Very cool. Sam is a fine man.
All
That
right.
is our friend over out in the UK. He's Sam
former
Haynes.
Music of
He
the Month.
does horror kind of soundtrack stuff. He now I don't know how long he's been doing it, but he's been working. I can't remember her name. He's been working with other creators and artists, and now has lyrics to a lot of the stuff. It used to be soundtracks or ambient tracks, and you can find him on Bandcamp and probably all over and Spotify now. Let's see. I want to be able to put that in there for him. It's Sam Haynes is spelled
Haynes.
Yeah. So not the holiday Sam Hain.
Yeah, which is pronounced something another way, I think. But
Samhain.
yeah. Oh, that reminds me. In my quest to get some witch guests on the show,
Mm-hmm.
I was like, aha! Halloween 3 season witch. And I tracked down the kid who's
Get out.
and he's a musician now.
Sweet.
So
Cool.
I haven't heard back yet, but I just reached out to him like yesterday. So hopefully that works out, because I think that would be an amazing guest. And I offer we can play his music on the show and stuff if you would like.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah.
Did he ever do any acting after that? Or is that his
no, not really.
Mm-hmm. Not really or not at all?
I don't think at all, maybe. If he did, it was very little, but he's become a musician, so.
He did not decide to raise sheep.
No. So we've been turned down by not like mean ways, by several people. That's fine. That's fine. It was all like nice, like maybe later. They just couldn't do it right now. But some potentially that would have been good guests, but we'll see.
Dave is asking if he can help pay him in Guys and Fries. Guys and Fries. So for those of you who haven't been around to know this, once upon a time, before my time knowing Neal, I do believe it started.
Yeah, not long before.
The idea of a calendar called Guys and Fries, where he and other people through the horror world, actors and the people that you see at conventions, would be featured in calendar where they would be in various levels of undress with sexiness, I should say, with potato products somehow incorporated. And who claimed tater tots?
No one. I tried to give it to Chris Ott. I was like, tater tot Chris Ott, but he wasn't about it.
So you were going to have fries. John Duggan wanted to have something specific.
John Dugan, I believe, wanted I think he wanted beef stew, because it would have potatoes in it.
Would have potatoes in it. Fair.
Right.
All right.
I wanted someone I wanted them all to be me. But but I did think someone in a bathtub of mashed potatoes is a good photo op.
I mean, really, you could just ask people and Photoshop things, and it would still be amazing. I mean, chances are you're not going to get Keith David to actually get potatoes.
So I asked Keith David. Keith David actually has a Guys and Fries photo that I signed for, and then I saw him. Where did I see him? I saw him not long after that. It was either in Texas or L.A. And as soon as I saw him, he was like, "Oh no, it's no more Guys and Fries." But yeah, I went. Sid Haig has an had an autographed photo.
I wonder what happened to that.
Yeah, I don't know. Bill Moseley.
That's so interesting, though, that I mean, of course, it's sad that Sid is gone, and at the same time, where is that photo today? Where people going through belongings be like, "What the fuck is that?"
I wanted an updated version, but you wouldn't let me shoot it. Oh, I believe me, I'm all about shooting it. We'll do it. We'll get Bill Whedon. I bet Bill would love to be involved in this.
I can imagine there's several people that would love to be involved.
Yeah. I think Lawrence Harvey wanted involved.
It's gonna be a hell of a thing. Oh no! What? Oh, Dave. I thought. Never mind. I read that wrong. I thought he meant something else about leaking gravy, and that's not okay. A time long ago, and a Neal far, far away.
Yes, there's always always a sexy man. Oh, yeah. With the faucet leaking out gravy. Yeah. Now, I remember when
art of people with fry potato things. Not that I'm going to, but could they do anything about this? I'm just gonna start making art.
Yeah, maybe we could do it that way. Yeah,
I mean, I could.
Yeah.
I don't know if you could sell it. Could you? Like, if they're not a character,
if
I don't want to be like that. But just out of
if
curiosity,
they were, if the people were into it, yeah, they'd be fine.
so if I drew something of a person, say, in a bathtub of mashed potatoes,
Yeah,
and they were like, absolutely not. I'm not saying I would do this, but I'm just curious. Could they have power to be like, no?
well, probably be nice to ask them.
No, but they couldn't like stop it. I'm not saying I'm going to do that because I'm absolutely not.
They probably, if the likelihood of them stopping it's very unlikely, unless like you really plastered like the name of the movie all over it.
I think I'm just imagining a scene in my mind of making something like that and people like having outrage over it, going to these extreme levels to suppress it.
It's really unlikely.
I'm sure it is unlikely.
In the horror world.
Totally 100%, no one would actually care. But I don't know. Slightly inspired. I don't know if I'm totally inspired. Maybe Dave and I can collaborate. Maybe we could get some artists to collaborate. Oh,
I like this.
It can be an art calendar, guys and fries, of horror people. So the artists, famous people, lovely horror people. Look at that. Who made that?
Scott Majetsky.
He doesn't like me.
Really? I haven't talked to him in years, so I don't know. He might not like me.
He doesn't like you.
But that is a very cool. He actually handmade that, and he like lacquered there was actual like McDonald's fries, like he lacquered on there or whatever.
I cannot take that away from him. He's a very talented man.
Yeah.
Good stuff. I was probably in the wrong. That was a long time ago. I was shitty. I have big mouth. Less friendly big mouth. It's still big mouth. Fries and stuff. Oh, witches. We were on witches, and I had a thought that I wanted to pursue, and then we went off the rails into potato land. I don't know. Oh, witches. So I'm wondering, because I heard this story about this supernatural thing. Are we going to have a supernatural show with people coming on telling supernatural tales? I think that'd be so awesome. They have that show on Tubi, I think, of famous people telling their supernatural stories, and Bill Whedon's in it. I remember I was watching that for a while. I was watching it, and I woke up because I'll just run things on Tubi for eternity. And Andy Dick was telling his ghost story, and Bill Whedon was the ghost.
Oh yeah. No, after we finish the witches, we'll try to set something up.
Yeah.
After
Joe Castro, I don't know if he actually wanted to. If he takes it very seriously, so I don't know what role he would want to play. But Joe Castro is just like part of the show at this point. I feel.
Yeah. I was talking to Joe earlier.
He's a great man.
Yeah.
Very passionate, kind, creative man.
Yeah, talking to Joe and Tara from New Village Video. She actually was talking about she has some ghost
Guess
stories.
who's here right now?
Oh, hello everybody. Yes, and she was showing me she did some very cool makeup on herself, which looked very good.
Really?
Yes.
Horror?
Like kind of goth. She said she was gonna wear it at a goth night, so I don't know.
Is this something you can share, or is it not a
Um,
shareable
Yeah, I'm
image?
sure.
Is that okay?
It's
Yeah.
not like
You
anything.
can't tell and not share, Neal. That's
Right.
no fun for anyone.
All right, give me a second.
Yes,
Gotta-
all the creepy makeup. Sloot is on it. I don't know if that's I don't know. Shit.
Yes, all the creepy makeup, and also Puppy Sloot. The idea, if you missed it, Annabelle's talk. Tell her your idea for the Supernatural show.
My idea for the Supernatural
Yeah.
show? To have people on, like guests, probably guests we've had in the past, like some of our guest friends, come on and share their tales of the supernatural is one of them. I kind of want a debate about the supernatural also, but that's maybe a future idea. Just talking about tales is a different thing. I think that would be amazing. Missed you too. I've been wondering where you're at, to be honest. Puppy Sloot.
She's
Puppy
like, I had enough of these idiots. No.
Aw.
She's I saw Puppy Sloot is doing some live streaming on Kick,
Mm-hmm.
which is cool.
Yes, the supernatural things to discuss. So on board for that. Cool. I think that'll be so fun. We're gonna have to figure out how to do it because I feel like anybody that's got good supernatural stories is going to be so passionate, enthusiastic that they can't overlap with other people telling them. Cool.
Yeah, nice.
Yeah.
I told her I'll use that on a future banner.
Very cool.
It'll look good on her trading card.
Nice. Yes.
Glad people seem to dig the trade. And I liked Annabelle had a suggestion, so I changed the text on them, and they do pop up better.
Yeah.
But originally, I wasn't really planning on using them but I really liked making them. So
You tend to do that. You
What?
go in this like deep dive into creating something, and it's like,
right.
but it's great, and it's nice to have things like visually continue to be appealing. So
Yeah,
you've done a great job. You really have. You've grown as an artist, Neal.
thank you. Yeah, I don't know. It's been fun. I've been trying to learn more than outside my comfort zone.
You've been doing great. I remember you were showing like the shirt designs and stuff, and all those like screen print kind of looking things, and doing good.
I need to get myself one. See how it comes out.
Yep.
But yeah. But I know I don't want to abandon my 8-bit stuff, but you can do more than the one thing. So.
Yeah. Yeah.
You are welcome. Yeah, it'd be cool also for Puppy Sloot come on, give us some updates on stuff going on at New Village Video.
New Village Video. Plays
like
all
the New
the crazy
Village
stuff. Do they have like a new of the month? Because I remember they used to have these are the things of the month.
But yeah, if she knows, let us know.
Mm-hmm. Oh, Dave. Ooh.
Oh, I like this idea. Save it for October and do like a campfire stories kind of gimmick. And the sound effects or a camping background, just people take turns. I like this.
Dave, you are an asset to Without Your Head. He's got the ideas. You got a great
featured rentals. They have triple Xmas and Murder Size. What's this one? This one looks
Murder Size. We've heard about that a few times lately.
Yeah, it's a beloved horror
thing. Cool.
Yeah.
A lot of excitement happen over here.
Hi, Dave man. For sure you got let me grab this. Hold on. I was trying to save a picture. For sure you guys are the best. And yes, we have some new titles being added. I really want to do some short films on my stream as well. Very cool.
Excellent. Awesome.
Very good.
Yeah.
It's not letting me see this. But Protege Moi. This looks really interesting.
What is it?
It's a new movie on New Village Video.
Yeah, let's do it. Ew.
The
what?
poster's great.
Give me a second. Don't take it down yet. Oh.
Medieval vampire horror on a planet ruled over by the Vampire King, world's oldest and most cruel vampire. His chained female servants terrorize as Solene, the outcast, finds mortal love taking care of her sick human mother.
Wow. I wish you could play that trailer. It's just calling out to you too. The button's just like,
I know. Do you think they'll yell at us, New Village Video, if you play it?
Why are they yelling us playing a trailer to advertise their stuff?
Just kidding. All right, let's play it.
Yeah.
A time between the past and future.
Volume.
Cursed Vampire King, set on the eradication of humans, rules over the land. A lone explorer on the hunt for vengeance against the undead. Tamara Glenn, Felisa Rose,
Oh, cool.
Richie Ramone, Dave Sheridan, Adriana Ruiz, Masumi Max, Nadia White,
Live your throats out!
Alexandra Faye Sitagian, Mikhail Matson, Chris Wolf.
Wow, old man, you are a spicy one.
Thomas Smith.
Pleasant rubbish.
Protege Moi. Chapter 1.
Chapter 1.
Lopez Ritual.
The cover art is awesome
Now
because
what can you tell me about that ugly castle over there?
That looks like they had a lot of fun making this.
Yeah.
Very cool. I'm interested.
Crazy. Do we have any new Joe reviews?
No.
Joe.
But
Joe.
Mr. Our friend Justin Bernard Head has posted a new one.
Oh.
Let me see how long that is.
Hmm.
I have two new ones from Todd Yeager that I need to be posting. I haven't got posted yet. I also I posted some shorts from the Emily McLean, the little pale girl from Terrifier 2. I started using this really whacked out AI program. Don't yell at me for using AI. And it's insane. You put in a long form video. So I put in a 42-minute interview, and in 20 minutes it cut it up into 25 segments with the descriptions.
Wow.
It was very weird. Very weird.
And it's not creating art, right? It is
No,
doing its job.
It's taking our own interview and it's cutting it into little 30-second to 2-minute clips.
Yeah, it's doing a job that you would have done.
Yeah.
Forever.
And putting the captions on it, which is pretty cool.
Yeah. It's automating a process that's of your own creation.
Right.
I think that's totally fine. Do you want me to read this article about If It Bleeds, the star-studded horror anthology being on the horizon? You could say no. I don't know what you're doing right now.
Yeah, If It Bleeds, that's the King book, right?
Is it? I don't know. But If It Bleeds,
it's a
through
short
Fangoria,
film.
written by Angel Melanson, Horror Girl Probs. If It Bleeds, star-studded horror anthology is on the horizon. Catherine Corcoran, Justin Miles, Doug Jones, Dee Wallace, and Chrissy Fox? K-R-S-Y? Sorry, I do not know. Chrissy Fox? Matthew Hirsch's upcoming feature. There's a new horror anthology on the horizon per Deadline. The upcoming feature from first-time director Matthew Hirsch stars Catherine Cochran from Terrifier and Return to Nukem High, Justin Miles of Adult Swim's Yule Log. I still haven't finished Yule Log.
I'm a big fan of Yule Log.
No, and people were like saying it, and I just never ended up seeing the whole thing because I stopped. I'm like, I can't do this. But at any rate, Doug Jones, Dee Wallace, and Chrissy Fox from Bury the Bride. Titled If It Bleeds, the premise follows Cochran as a news reporter, Diane Winters, and her cameraman, Simon, played by Miles, as they uncover a mysterious series of gruesome murders that unfold throughout the course of a chaotic and violent day. As events unfold, the duo becomes players in a sinister situation, even more menacing than either one could have imagined. Doug Jones stars as a plastic surgeon, opposite Dee Wallace and Chrissy Fox. Jones shared with Deadline. Getting to play a quirky cosmetic surgeon was a treat enough for me. Under Matthew Hirsch's careful direction and witty writing, that treat was sweetened all the more. Add to that the professional, efficient crew, the joy of acting opposite the thoughtful and hilarious Chrissy Fox, and the filming experience was dang near perfect. The feeling was mutual as Fox shared praise for co-star Jones with Fangoria. Doug Jones is captivating in every scene. He is an actor I've looked up to, and not only is he the most wonderful and hysterical person, he really brought Dr. Charles to life.
Everyone always speaks so highly of Doug Jones.
Yeah, he seems to be a nice guy. Prepare for blood, scares, and some serious twists in If It Bleeds. Matthew has a huge career in front of him. Hirsch previously directed a segment in Night of the Missing, currently streaming on Screambox. Ever a champion of independent filmmakers, I was thrilled when Matthew invited me to come along on this next phase of his creative journey. Cochran added, Diane's story is universal, and that we all have the need to be seen and valued. And I can't wait for the world to see how our incredible cast and crew bring that theme to life. Fox also shared appreciation for Wallace and the whole team. When I read the script for If It Bleeds, I knew taking on the role of Dana would be challenging, fun, and absolutely wild. Playing a character that changes so much emotionally and physically was such a blast. It was a dream come true to work with Dee Wallace. She was on my bucket list of actresses to work with, and she was incredible. We had so much fun, and she was just amazing to watch. Only a couple more things. Wallace echoes the sentiment. Working with Chrissy Fox was an amazingly fun and creative ride. Such a different take on horror. I loved it. This is the author now. I had a chance to pop over to the set for a day, and I think it's safe to say we are in for some surprises and wonderfully grotesque treats. The film is nearing completion, which hopefully means it will be in front of our eyeballs very soon. We'll keep you posted.
Very cool. So it's not the King book, but yeah, it's very cool.
Yeah, sounds real cool.
Pepe's here in the chat, and this is his finger and butts. That's what his deal is.
No,
so I do have a
here this from the movie, just so you've got something.
Yeah. And then I'm gonna play a quick clip. It's only a minute. I just want to show when I was talking about the AI. I'll show you what it made. It's really wild.
What did you just put in your hat?
It's a little devil pin that Dave Deadman sent me. Might be a little hard to see, but he's a little devil.
Like the old school devil, like on cans of devil pan.
Yeah, like the devil made me do it.
Yep, that's from this new movie.
Very cool. I like all these people.
Yeah.
I'm glad she's in some stuff from Terrifier. I thought she was really good in the first one, and I haven't seen her in a lot of stuff, so that's cool.
Yeah.
All right, so this is what this is untouched by me. I just it cut up 25 clips and even wrote the description and stuff. It's very crazy to me, and here's one of them. I saw like on the Q&A after the movie when they played it in the theaters, they have like a Q&A with David and Damien. And Damien said like he changed the character a little bit once he saw your faces. I don't think originally it was going to be like a mini Art the Clown.
Yeah, I think, at first I kind of, took the direction that Damien had and stuff. But then once we all got to know each other a little better, we kind of started to improv a little bit, kind of change it for ourselves. And even with me, I kind of copied off of David at first and kind of mimicked him. But then the farther we got along, I kind of tried to change the character for myself a little bit, which was kind of cool.
Yeah. So did the character itself expand from like the original script?
Yeah, especially in like the laundromat scene, that whole patty cake wasn't even like we weren't even supposed to do that. Damien was just like, "Hey, you guys, just improv, just do a little something," and we came up with the whole patty cake that was actually not even supposed to be in the movie, which is kind of cool.
So, do you get any choices with that? Like, can you
Yeah.
change colors and the
No,
whether
I can't. I
works
can't.
or not?
I think if I buy the pay site, I can change the
Oh,
colors.
interesting.
But and I could cut out pieces of one too. But that's totally exactly how it was.
Wow.
And it even would give me a score like on all these different things.
Wow.
And I was just really fascinated that it would the AI would find like pieces that made sense and would cut it down to a certain. I don't know. It's very weird. Very
Yeah.
cool. It's a cool program. It's I'm just using the 7-day free trial, but it's not necessarily expensive, but it's very limited. So it's the highest one you can pay for, you'd get what comes to 60 hours a year, which we would use so quickly because this took up 42 minutes of my allotted 90-minute time from the free trial. So you put in whatever you put in. So I put it the whole interview is 42 minutes, and I cut it down to 25 segments. But I mean, 60 hours, that would be like 60 interviews.
Wow.
Which is cool,
So,
but it seems silly to pay a monthly fee for a year and have, that limited amount.
then don't do it.
I'm not going to, but it is pretty cool.
It is very cool. Do you know that yesterday was John Duggan's birthday?
Oh, yes. I wished him a happy birthday on the Facebooks. Happy birthday, Mr. John Dugan.
Birthday to John.
Happy birthday,
his
Mr.
appearance
Dugan.
just gets wilder and wilder and wilder. I swear. He got some new glasses. They were pretty sweet. Did you see those?
Yeah.
It was looking good. He broke his glasses at the airport and he's good.
Happy birthday here.
Yeah.
Happy birthday.
Hopefully
Hello,
we
my
get
friend.
to see John again sometime.
Yeah, I'm sure we will. We'll make this happen.
Definitely. We got to find out some convention he's at or something. I have yet to meet his wife.
Well, we met her, but
I
like
did not. I didn't. Unless they weren't together at the time.
They weren't together at the time, but so it was very brief, and I actually don't even remember. But John said she was at the at a show we were at, but then I met her at another one that I actually talked to. But we had met her previously, but it was before they were actually together.
I'll give you a picture. Her hair looks really good going on natural. This is the cutest picture of them. I love it. What's going on?
I'm trying this. Hold on. We're going to show this here.
Yeah, they're cute.
No, this doesn't automatically pop up anymore for some reason. There we go.
Look at how cute John and his lovely wife, Stacy. She is a saint. John is a lot. I love John, but dang, it's got to be a wild life with John. But look at the love. I love it so much. I'm so happy for them.
Yeah, John's great.
Yeah. John deserves good things.
R.I.P. Toby Keith.
What?
Yeah, Toby Keith died. I mean, he's not war related, but yeah.
From what?
Stomach cancer.
Wow. Dang. Oh yeah, there's a picture of him. He's not looking so great in that
Yeah, he
picture.
didn't look good.
Yikes.
So I guess they're doing another like prequel, or I don't know what it is. The Texas Chainsaw Massacre Legacy.
Oh, what? What is that going to be?
I don't know. Let me
I'm
look up what
scared.
it is.
I'm scared. It could be awesome. I don't want to automatically like poo, and yet I'm scared.
Says Adam Marcus is in it.
Really?
It's been 2 years since a Netflix one. A legacy sequel to Tobe Hooper's horror classic arrived in 2022. What's next for the franchise? Wondering. Well, fresh rumors have begun to swirl. According to a report from Geeks Vibe Nation, which cites movie insider Daniel RPK as its source, a new movie tentatively called Texas Chainsaw Legacy is in the works. The film is set to explore the seemingly peaceful facade of Oasis Oaks, a gated community in rural Texas. That's a weird area for a Texas Chainsaw Massacre. Within the manicured lawns and vigilant security, a protagonist family enjoying suburban bliss becomes entangled in a harrowing battle for survival as they confront the infamous Leatherface and his macabre kin on an abandoned property nearby.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah,
I guess
doesn't
you
give
gotta
much
figure
info.
out new things to do if you got all these movies. So this is a new
Right.
thing to do, I guess.
Mhm.
Excuse me, folks. Ugh.
Says the director of the original is very much, I mean, not the original, but the last one they made, is very much interested in picking up the chainsaw again, revealing in an interview back in February that he's already got some really cool ideas for when the franchise could go next, which I believe I'd have to look up. Might be our interview. They could have they could have given us a plug there.
What? Really?
Yeah.
Sweet. Cool. Well,
Instead of just an interview. We were used in a recent video. Someone had messaged me, so I went and found it. What was it? It's Kill Count, which is like it's a video series on YouTube. They get a ton of watch. So they take like a favorite horror movie and they go through all the kills in it.
yes.
And it was for Puppet Master. And a little clip of an interview with Kenneth Hall, who did the effects for it, was used when he was talking about how Charles Band and Full Moon paid him $0 for his work on the movie.
Yeah, I don't have good feelings for Charles Band.
Yeah,
Don't. I'm sorry, but
and they credited us, which was very nice of them.
that is awesome. Well, thank you out there. That's very cool. Charles Band.
Yeah, it seems like an ongoing thing.
Yeah.
Pepe's all for the yeah. I mean, I'm in the minority. I like the last Texas Chainsaw Massacre. I know most people thought it was horrendous.
Did I see the last one?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I did see the last one.
I liked it. I mean, was it was it a groundbreaking movie or anything? No, but I thought it was a fun, crazy horror movie. I had fun watching it. I thought it was better than a lot of the other sequels.
Definitely.
A
Definitely.
second Winnie the Pooh movie,
Mm,
Blood and Honey, Part 2.
yeah. Yeah.
I don't think the first one is as atrocious as people said. It's not the worst movie ever made. Unfortunately, I thought the stuff that some people didn't like said it looked bad. I actually thought the kills looked good and all that stuff. But there's no story really. Very typical, hot teens making out and then they get, you're not teens, but hot 20-year-olds, and then they get killed or whatever, and they're in hot tubs. And the couple scenes that were cool is Winnie the Pooh actually being a big killer bear, just mauling people. That was cool. And Piglet just eating someone's face off. That was cool. Now, if they would have just did that, yeah, I'm not saying you have to have, the Godfather storyline or something, but they had stuff like them using a car and like weapons, and now that stuff was really stupid. If you would have had them been just the bestial dudes killing people, I would have enjoyed it. And the opening animated stuff is great.
I do like open animated stuff. Animation. So it was pretty good. Did it look classic?
Well, it's like hand drawn on paper, but it's all creepy and stuff and demented. That's probably the best part of. I mean, that's really good. Honestly, that part's good. It's too bad because I'm not. I know some people are just against this whole idea of taking these public domain stories and making horror movies with them, but I'm not. I just want them to be good. I don't think that's a bad idea or an idea that shouldn't be done.
Is it that the idea is bad, or
Yeah,
is it not
I see it.
Credit?
No, I've seen people just against the idea all around.
Then they need to get over it.
I
But they
agree.
should get credit. So if there's some story out there, that would be my beef, would be some person going into the internet, finding a great story, pretending that it was their own idea.
It's clear they
That's
don't.
bullshit.
Yeah.
So
A lot of people are just upset because they just talk about Disney, and it's like, well, these characters aren't created by Disney either. So.
technicality, Neal, technicality.
The Shining, the original act from The Shining, is up for auction
Yeah, through where?
through liveauctioneers.com. So if you've got 30 grand laying around,
I'm surprised it's not more.
yeah.
Well, there you go.
So it says the estimate is that it'll go between 40 and 50 grand.
Wow.
But yeah,
How do you even know? It must be like
probably in
verified,
a vault
right?
somewhere or something. Yeah.
Hmm.
The original stunt acts doesn't look particularly old, but I don't know.
Yeah, but it's preserved. It's not like someone used it all those years. They used
They're
it for the
cutting
movie,
wood.
and probably not. I'm gonna say.
Like that would, I mean, there's no doubt about that'd be cool, but I don't want to spend 30 grand on an axe.
No.
But people spent more money on much more worthless stuff. Look at this.
Hmm.
Oh man, this page is being just trying to get me to sign up. But on this same auction site,
Hmm.
boom, they have some more horror stuff that popped up at the bottom, and I
Yeah.
see Silence of the Lambs mask.
Wow. Wow. Starting price pretty high.
Yeah,
Wow. Can
40
you
grand.
imagine?
They estimate between 50 and 60.
Whew. Do you get the head with it? The life cast of
I
Anthony
don't know.
Hopkins?
You should for 40 grand.
You'd think. Otherwise, it's going to be a head.
Yeah. Silence of the Lambs, 1991.
It's a great movie.
Oh, yeah. Here's for Pepe Petit. They got The Dark Knight. That's just a photo. Wow, $600 for a photo.
Well, there's got to be something special about the photo. It's
Original Heath Ledger production photo.
Oh.
The original print of a photograph taken by set photographer Stephen Vaughn. I'm sorry, that seems like a crazy price to me for a photo. I don't know.
But if you put a high price on it, as Michael St. Michael's, I believe, discovers that if you put the high enough price on something, people are going to want it.
Mm-hmm.
You slap a name on that blender and
we got
Can we play the trailer for Long Legs?
That one probably not.
You'd think they'd want that advertisement anywhere they could get it.
I agree, but I bet it'll get the show flagged.
I'm not saying do it, but it's unfortunate.
Yeah. The Joaquin Phoenix Joker clown mask, $3,000.
That's it? The one he actually wore?
But it's the one where that he wears when he's robbing the bank.
Yeah, but he's wearing it,
Yep.
Huh.
That we parody in Psycho Ape 2.
Are people knowing about the whole long legs thing out there?
We talked about it briefly last week.
Did we?
We showed the
We
poster.
saw the trailer.
Yeah, it looks awesome.
The trailer looks crazy. It looks great.
We may be having some people on, but I don't know. They asked us, and I was like, yeah. And they're like, well, who would you be interested in? And I'm like, everyone.
Well, maybe you should be specific.
Oh, I did. I said the two leads and the director.
Yeah.
I don't know, but then I do always add anybody that would be available. Would be cool.
Yeah. Long legs. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I'm looking forward to that.
Hmm.
I'm a big fan of these later movies with Nick Cage.
Oh yeah.
And
who isn't? Everybody loves it. He's free. He's got freedom.
We do have some questions here on Facebook.
Do we? And they are.
AJ Zyla, did you watch the new Winnie the Pooh Blood and Honey trailer? Well, we just talked about that briefly, but it's a good question. I'm not against, like I said, not against the movies. Shannon Whalen, what are your thoughts on Days of the Ghouls from Outer Space? Now, is this a new movie?
I like the title.
Yeah. Oh, man,
Day of
the Ghouls from Outer Space.
From outer space. Did I spell something wrong? Day or days?
Day.
Day of the Ghouls from Outer Space.
Yeah, I'm not seeing anything about
See,
it.
Night of the Ghouls, which follows Plan 9. It's the movie after that. Seeing a lot of Night of the Ghouls. We got to get more than that.
Yeah, I'm going to tell him we need info.
Yeah. Yeah.
Maybe this is something he's working on.
Yeah, send the deets.
We want to know, Shannon. Nick Charles also adds Nick. Oh, must be a movie Nick Charles is making. Day of the Ghouls from Outer Space.
I like the title.
All right. Well, we're interested. Let us know what's happening. Hope Allison. Introducing average horror fans to extreme horror do's and don'ts.
It depends on what you want the result to be. If you want to laugh, it depends on what are you willing to sacrifice there. Extreme horror to just regular people or normal horror fans?
I would think it would have to be normal horror fans, because I don't think average horror fans, because you wouldn't just like send someone like right into extreme horror. I'm a bad person to ask, because in my mind I really don't even regard if someone I like when Annabelle and we still go out, but I remember I was wearing some horror shirt and I don't think anything of it, but Annabelle's like, well, that's not like something that just normal people walk around.
What was it, like a Serbian film shirt?
It wasn't even. No, it was actually not that bad. It was
Motel Hell.
No,
it was something.
I got kicked out of an Oshkosh Bagosh once for wearing a Motel Hell shirt.
Yeah.
And I wore it on the in Kentucky on the Bourbon Trail, and people didn't seem too into it. But it's not something that even registers in my mind. So I'm a really bad person to answer this question.
So I would say, if it's a regular horror person who actively is averse to it, I don't know, because it's like you can get in through comedy. Like I think, I got in through comedy myself, like comedy horror, like Basket Case is ridiculous. It's silly. But it does kind of go in a particular direction of weirdness. So I don't think you just have to find their entrance. Like you can't just be like, here's Serbian film, you can, and maybe you'll be like stunned by the responses, but you'll find out one way or the other. Most people don't like that stuff. Basket Case is amazing. It's one of my favorites.
Yeah.
Favorites.
One of my
Your man
favorite films.
Henrik is a lovely person.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think it's you really just got to know your friend.
When you go to the suburbs and wear a band tee, people look at me like I'm the devil.
Yeah, I hear
Yeah,
it.
I'm just a bit. I don't know. I don't.
Neal
Even
the-
just yesterday, I was at the post office and an elderly woman was asking me about my. I was wearing the Museum of Death hoodie, and I don't even think anything of that when I put it on. And then I'm
What
like,
did
oh
she
yeah,
say?
she's just like, what is that? What is that hoodie? And I was like. But she ended up being cool because she started telling me about the Museum of Bad Art in Boston,
Oh,
and I was
I
like,
know the Museum of Bad Art. Awesome. It used to be in the
I gotta
Somerville
go.
Theater.
So it ended up being good, but at first I thought I was like, like I didn't even realize I was wearing this, and she's like probably like 90 or something, but she ended up being pretty cool. So, but I've had actually not much lately, thankfully. There was a short period of time there, and a lot of people. It was like 3 incidents 1 year. The one guy was telling me he was gonna curb stomp a Satanist in Boston.
Oh, Boston.
Yeah, and then I was walking around. I walk a lot, and I was it was the Museum of Death hat I was wearing, and a guy in a pickup pulled up to me in the parking lot, and I always have earbuds on, so I can sense someone's either talking to me or whatever, and so I took him off, and he was just like, "Whoa." I forget his wording. I posted on Facebook exactly what happened at the time. It was like, what is anyway, then he asked me if that appropriate, and I didn't even realize what hat I was wearing because it was just on my head. I just grabbed the hat, and I was like, "Oh, it's a Museum of Death." And he said he called it like the pizza place of death or something crazy. And I was just like, "What are you?" And then he started saying I was promoting like murder or something. And I actually just walked away because like, this is probably not. I don't want this guy to kill me, or I don't know. It was very weird. He was like really angry about it, saying, "Is that
Yeah.
appropriate?" And that was in my town here.
Well,
And
that
then
makes more sense to me than Boston.
the one night I was walking, so I think it was also Museum of Death shirt. Yeah, I think it was Museum of Death shirt, and the hoodie. And this woman, I was walking through the parking lot, and she got all like startled and told me I shouldn't walk through like parking lot wearing black. And I was like,
Mhm.
oh, whatever. And then she started following me up the street, and it was very weird because I had my earbuds in, and I didn't. And again, I was like, oh. And so I looked around, and she was following me. And when I turned around, she stops and she started reaching into her purse, into her pocketbook, which in my mind, I was like, she getting out like a gun or something. So I actually went into the convenience store and bought some scratch tickets, waited for her to leave, and then went back. But I was thinking, if someone scared you, why would you follow them down the street? Wouldn't you just leave?
Maybe she's investigating your movements. Maybe she's worried that you're gonna be back.
That happened not too long. No, a different. And this is not. I was walking. Like I said, walk a lot. I was walking a different way. Different. No one care. Well, they might care, but if I go this way, there's actually there's actually sidewalk along the highway. This side, there's none, and there's no streetlights. I almost never walked down that way. But
Mhm.
it was no one was out. I was like, it's a little quicker. I think I'm gonna walk down this way. So I was walking down there, and I could see a car coming. So I got off the road, and
Yeah.
again I had my earbuds on, and I heard someone like yelling or something. I looked over and said, "What are you doing?" And I was like, "Oh, what do you mean?" I didn't say, "What do you mean?" He's like, "Why are you in my yard?" I was like, "Oh, I just got out of the way because the car was." And I was like, he's like, "What are you doing?" I was like, "I'm walking home."
You're
And he
up
just
to
stood
no good.
there. I'm just like, it's like, what does he want me to do? Freaking jump in front of the car that was going by? And
You didn't
I was
care.
literally like this far in the yard. I was like a foot in the yard, and there's no sidewalk, and there's a car coming.
Up to no good.
Mm-hmm. But besides, that wasn't horror related. It was just gotta be.
It wasn't? What?
I don't think I was even wearing. I think I was wearing my bright. I think I was wearing my. I think I was wearing my bright green hoodie actually.
So they just think you're a creep is really it.
Probably. But I'm not a good person to ask what to show. I don't know. I think everyone doesn't mind anything, but I know that's not accurate.
It's not real.
Yeah. But I mean, I was watching this stuff since I was like 4, so I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
And I turned out totally fine.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. What do people in the audience think? There's some people out there. What do you think?
Yeah.
If you had an actual friend that you act not a stranger, an actual friend you actually like, and you want to bring them into your creep freaking batshit crazy horror world of darkness, how would you bring them there? I would go through comedy.
Yeah. I mean, I know the movie, like the movie Annabelle and I, like became friends with over on Facebook, and then I let you borrow Solo 120 Days of Sodom, and then then we watched Serbian film.
I told you about
Blood-Sucking Freaks. I almost wore that hat tonight.
That's a good in because that movie's really
that's a good answer, because I think if someone would watch that and they'd be offended, they're probably not going to be in for like the world of extreme horror. And I don't really, that's a good gateway, because I personally don't even consider it very extreme, and I think it's very tongue in cheek, but there are like extreme elements of it. So if you take that really serious, that movie, and they're like offended, I think like, okay, we're no more for this person. But if they find that entertaining, then I think you could.
And I think bearing in mind, I think you bring up the idea of being offended is really important. It's not the best movie ever.
No.
It's not. It's not. There's dull bits, but it's a crazy movie. So I think if they watched it and they're like, that was not a good movie, as opposed to, oh my God, what a fucked up, horrible movie. That person, well, he's not alive, but he shouldn't be alive. Something like that.
I have friends who won't watch it because they think it's misogynistic, and
that's fine. You don't have to like it. That's the thing. So I haven't seen that movie in a long time. I started this my career path. I jumped on the career path of being a therapist. And the stuff I hear about is so horrible. I wonder what would happen if I watched a movie like that again. I don't know if I could. I don't know if it would be the same. I don't know. I don't know if I want to test it. Maybe I would be fine.
It's a good feel good film, Salo.
Yeah, I think there's stuff that not that I didn't have compassion or care, because that's certainly not why I could watch those things. I think it was it was just different. It's just different. But I don't know. I haven't tried to watch it. I haven't tried to, I think, watch really any of those movies since I started back on the path. No Salo, Serbian film, Centipede, Pattern. What other ones? There's a bunch of them. I don't really like the stuff like just make it to be horrible movies, like
because those movies I think are genuinely good. Those ones mess, but I'm not a big fan of like Guinea Pig, American Guinea Pig, those kind of movies where it's literally just people getting cut up for like real no story or anything.
Hey Pepe.
Something there is stuff that I won't like. I've heard people recommend like the Vomit Gore trilogy, and that has no interest to me. Like people really puking on each other. Huh?
Yeah, it doesn't sound like it's got a story. Like if I'm gonna watch something, I want to, even if it's a stupid story,
Right.
an interest. Like Bloodsucking Freaks isn't the greatest story, but it's very interesting. There's a lot going on. There's a
Yeah,
lot of
I find it very
nuance.
entertaining. I find that kind of movie to me is very hard to take like very seriously either.
Definitely. I don't know, the movie critic, he's a pretty serious fellow.
No, I mean, I'd said this before, but I'm in the documentary about Joel Reed. I'm the
Mhm.
only one who's like, everyone else talk about how horrible this movie is, and I'm just like, oh, I think it's pretty lighthearted. and when we were watching, Jason just started dying because we were watching it at Buffalo Dreams Fantastic Film Festival, and
Mhm.
literally everyone's like, this misogynistic, dark, terrible, blah blah blah, and then it's me, oh, I think it's lighthearted, and I think he's a funny guy, and Jason just starts dying. He's like, you look like a lunatic or something. But I stand by that. I do, and this is nothing against Adrian. I like Adrian, but I do think everyone involved in that documentary, I don't think they really understood Joel Reed. I think they took everything he said at complete, like, that everything all his jokes were like factual statements, and they don't take into account a few things, his age, his stuff he said was not serious, his type of humor. Now, if you're offended by that humor, that's totally fine. I get that. Not all humor is for everyone. But to act like it wasn't humor, I don't think is an accurate portrayal of the man.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it is misogynistic, but it's not nice to dudes either.
No,
It's not
I mean,
making them look good.
there's
Like
there's no redeeming like value to the movie.
Yeah,
I mean, but I don't think a movie has to.
no. And it's not like you or I are running around trying to,
Drill
steal people and put them in cages. People, I should say women, if that's the focus.
Right. I did have a human table after watching that movie. But
Once
everyone
upon a time,
was a willing participant.
this was so once long, long, long ago. I don't even know if I was old enough to drink. There used to be a club on Lansdowne
I
Street.
thought you
called
meant the human. I was like, it wasn't that long ago when I had the human table.
No, I was a place called Axis, and I was, very extra gothy, and I would go out with my fairly normal two friends, and I was like walking around, and some guy, I think I must have gone to use the bathroom or whatever, and he's like, "Can I be your maid?" And I was, no, and he started he was a normal looking person.
Yeah.
He started listing the services, and they were not sexual. It was just him wanting to be like some slave, which was kind of appealing in a way. Like, if you don't expect anything sexual and you're just gonna like clean my shit, like that doesn't sound like a bad deal at all. I don't have to pay you. You're just gonna do shit for me. All right, but I did not accept.
I'll show you he sent me a pic. I'll show it 1 second. So here's the human table. I like Ed Gonzalez was not comfortable at all next to you there.
His wife was great. I really like his wife, Heather.
There's a video of that.
Rocky Horror Picture Show. For those of you who don't, can you imagine people that don't know? If you don't know, it's from Rocky Horror Picture Show characters, because they did the live performance, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Really cool. They did it a lot.
Yeah.
They were like a traveling troupe, I think.
That's very cool.
So here is a painting from Pepe Potit. I believe Pepe did that.
Really? Pepe, nice.
Very nice indeed. Great job. I almost thought that was Pepe himself there, but that's the Joker. Because I'm used to seeing Pepe as the Joker.
Mm-hmm.
I like that. That's great. Pepe's a very talented man. Good guy. Glad to have him here. I think my hatchets are actually. Oh no, they're right here. I thought they were over there, but I have hatchets here. I keep by me for protection when I'm doing the show down here in the basement.
You do get animals in there sometimes.
Yeah,
On glass, cool.
not since I covered up the hole. No more animals.
It's painted on glass.
Oh, really? That's
Yeah, you're
wild.
busy scraping stuff. Yeah. I like painting on glass. It's interesting to paint on glass.
Listening to you all saved me.
Yeah. Happy to be able to do that.
Yeah.
It's nice having our community.
They show every Saturday in Boston at the AMC is a shadow cast of
They have done that since I was a child. Before it was there was another you know where in Harvard Square the Mexican place is?
Yeah.
If you went from the Mexican place up towards the main street, right in this particular section, there used to be a theater. And they did Rocky Horror forever. And then that place unfortunately closed and they just moved along. So that's been a long time. Because I think they started, I'm trying to think of when they started doing the shadow cast of Rocky Horror. The movie was in 1975. And then they got it just became a phenomenon. But in 90s anyways. It's a pretty big thing. Rocky Horror, changing the world. I saw that movie too young. That is, I don't know. I know your mom showed you horror movies. That was not in my household. I loved Tim Curry. Always. Always had massive crush on Tim Curry. Anytime I saw it, he'd be in so many costumes. He was this giant devil. He was an Annie. And then I realized all these are all the same person. Awesome. So it was some anniversary of Rocky Horror. And in not Entertainment Weekly, it was another one of those entertainment magazines. And there was a picture of Tim Curry. I'm like, oh my God, Tim Curry, what is this? I had no idea what Rocky Horror was. I was barely in junior high. So I told my mother because I love Tim Curry. And she's like, oh my God, I love that movie. So we rented it. And I'm like a child with all this really sexualized stuff going on. And it was like, this shouldn't be happening. What is going on here? But she was all about it. And then we'd go to the live production all over the place. And
they did one in Boston recently at it was at the place where we saw the Chaz Palminteri one-man show.
Oh, that was so good.
And they had one of the women we talked to was actually there in person.
Which women we talked to?
Magenta.
Oh, Patricia Quinn.
Yeah.
Yeah, awesome.
Yeah, it was in October, and so there was a bazillion things going on. So, but that would have been cool to go see. Yeah. She'd be a good guest for Witch Month too. We could talk about
yes.
About
are you gonna try to get any Lords of Salem people?
That would be good. I tried to get the guy we mentioned earlier. Oh no, not him.
Don't. Just let it go.
But yeah, we'll try to get some. I like the movie, so.
Yeah, I like the movie too.
We had years, I've never tried to get her back on, but years ago, and I think we're actually one of the only podcasts that she was ever on. We had Sherry Moon Zombie.
How was it?
I don't know if she would do the show again, but I'm gonna try. You know what? I would reach out because that's a movie I think she's generally good in.
I don't know if that. I'm too mean about Rob. I don't know. I mean, not that they care about my opinion.
Yeah.
But
I have the three witches. I made a witch banner, and they're in it. The three witches from Lord of
Oh,
Salem.
let's get Meg Foster.
Yeah, we're gonna get her actually on the show before because we're friends with her agent who represents Barbie Wild and
Chris?
yeah, Chris Rowe. So maybe we can make that happen. Yeah, he was gonna set her up for something else one time, and
Cool.
for this was years ago. But I don't know. I'll work on that. That'd be cool. Maybe we can get both on or all three of them. I don't know.
There's a lot
All
of
three of the
people
witches.
in this movie. It'd be pretty sweet. A lot
Yeah.
of cool people in this. What a cast of characters. He does do great casting. I don't know who does the casting, but I'm pretty sure he handpicks a lot of these people.
Oh yeah. He has like personal like connections with different characters they play.
Yeah. Bruce Davidson is awesome too. He's in the new Dee Wallace movie. Not Dee Wallace. Your girlfriend.
Barbara, Suitable Flesh.
True Flesh. Yeah, he's in that, and he's amazing. He's a villain.
All right.
He's really good. When are you gonna get to see that movie? What's going on with that? You get screeners or anything happening?
Yeah. I think it might already be on Shudder already. Anyway,
is it nice?
So.
Cool. Suitable Flesh, everybody. Great movie. Great. I just go check it out. I don't have to describe it. On my word, it's great. And Frogman just came out where?
It's not out yet, but it's coming out.
Oh, it's exciting.
It's coming to the theaters, I believe, theatrical, and then it's going to be streaming.
Really?
Or no, it's going to be streaming. The other movie we're going to have on, The Geechee Witch, a Boo Hag story, that's actually going to come theatrical.
I need to see that one.
Yeah, we do have the screening for it. So coming up on the show, we had Rebekah Kennedy this week, which was awesome. Next week will be Helene Udy from My Bloody Valentine and James Lamont from Dead of Winter. And then on the 22nd, for the Winter of Witches, Jeremiah Kipp, director of The Geechee Witch, a Boo Hag story. He also directed Slap Face, which is on Shudder.
Aha.
Then we're going to have the 29th. We'll have Anthony Cousins, the director of Frogman, which I have not seen yet. But Annabelle
I
loves.
hope you like it. I hope I haven't built it up too much. Oh, it's got a pretty good rating.
He seems like a cool guy. We have a lot of same friends.
Mm-hmm.
Chad Farron that will be on the first week of March for H.P. Lovecraft's The Old Ones. We hopefully to have the star, one of the leads of that as well. I don't think he could do Thursdays, but anyway, hopefully we can work it out. And then in March, this one we're gonna have to do Sunday so we can get Amanda on. She cannot do Thursday; she works, and she really wants on because this was a movie that they worked on for 6 years to get made.
Wow.
It's got a lot of people we know. A young not that she's old now, but a very young Kansas Bowling. But we're going to have on the show Amanda Flowers and Dylan Mars Greenberg from Spirit Riser. And this is a really wild looking. We may have some other cast members on as well.
Do I get to see that one?
Yes. Yeah.
I see these things,
I actually don't have the link for you, but she is going to send that to us.
Awesome. I don't know if we've met yet. We online kind of met, but we haven't.
Yeah, I don't think so. Dylan's been on multiple times, but I don't think when you've been on, Amanda was just on one time.
Mm-hmm.
It was for Shitstorm.
Mm-hmm.
And it was a big. You were on a Shitstorm interview, I think, but that was just Lloyd, I think.
Yes.
This one was Lloyd, Amanda, Dylan, a bunch of people. It was like a whole big cast. It was kind of hectic because it's kind of crazy. It was like 9 people, and all of them like to talk. So it was a
Sounds like good
little
time.
overwhelming, but it was pretty cool. It was crazy, but it was good. But yeah,
Essentially,
this one they've been working on for a long time. Very
Oh.
cool people.
yeah. Amanda Flowers, whenever I've seen her, I don't know, I think she's great. She's captivating to me. I think she's awesome.
I agree. And like I said, this is one they worked on for years. So, working on all this time to get it made, to get it out. They're both really excited, and they said that the first show they thought of coming on to talk about it was Without Your Head. So that made me very happy and proud, and so many people dig it.
Who's this person over here? This Facebook
I
user?
loved her in Shakespeare Shitstorm.
Yeah, she was amazing. She was so
fine.
So great.
Let's go see who said this.
Let's go see who it is.
Bill DeFrance, who we were around in LA for Psycho Ape 2.
Yes. Awesome.
Runs a cool theater. By the way, Bill, anytime you got good cool stuff at the theater, let us know, because we'll plug it here on the show and on the website.
That sounds like a good plan to me.
Yeah. Bill's a good dude. He's
Very
in a
good.
fun scene and several fun scenes.
Oh my god, he's amazing in that scene. I'm so curious what's going to happen with Psycho Ape 2, because it seems like it's getting transformed constantly. Anytime Addison talks about it, it's like they're doing something new. They edit this, they edit that. I'm just so curious what's going to happen. Oh, excellent. Look at that.
Yeah.
It's
going to be showing it at the Gardena Cinema, which I believe they showed Psycho Ape, I think the week after we left.
Cool.
Hopefully Psycho Ape 2 will play there at some point in time. Frogman from Rotting Press.
I like this poster.
Yeah, it's very cool.
It's
very
nothing.
creepy.
I hope you like it.
Looks like frog eyes up here. Yeah, it all works. I dig it. You can make a cool 8-bit of that if you would be interested. I like it.
Outer space performing. Really cool. The Dickies. I haven't heard of
Oh,
Dickies
nice.
for ages, but
Yeah.
it's around a different crowd. Cool.
I know they're supposed to be having the video game. A video game's coming out for Killer Clowns, and they've been working on the sequel. Really fun interview I did with the brothers. It was right before Annabelle came back to the show. So it's too bad she went. They were very cool. I like those guys. So maybe we can get them back on at some point when they actually sequel does come out. I'm a fan of Killer Clowns. Corey, it's weird because Killer Clowns, I mean, it would always have like this cult following, but it's become like mainstream because like they sell stuff at the stores. It's really weird. Like Spirit Halloween was filled with Killer Clowns from Outer Space stuff, and I wouldn't have expected that, because you expect like, oh yeah, we'll see Friday the 13th stuff, Chucky, Nightmare on Elm Street, but Killer Clowns is a weird one to have. Like they had tons of stuff, full-size costumes, laser guns, all kinds of stuff. Good for them. I think they've actually have made money from the movie later on, which is
Wow.
nice.
That's cool.
Yeah. I like it. It's a whacked out movie.
I haven't seen it in a long time.
I think it's one I actually I like better now. Some reason I always thought, oh, this is stupid, this movie. I mean, it is kind of stupid, but I don't know. I enjoy it when we're watching it. Yeah, John, I actually tried to get the composer on, John Massari. At the time he couldn't do it. I think it was he couldn't talk about the video game. But maybe he could now. I don't know. Oh,
what's going on out there, Jones? What's happening? Oh,
what's happening?
You got someone's going to be in town in a few weeks. We should pre-plug it. Naomi Grossman.
Oh yeah. Yeah, Naomi Grossman. People know her from American Horror Story, and she's coming to do her one-woman show, American Horror Story.
Mm-hmm.
I'm wondering what this is about, but I'm a big fan of hers. She's very
Yeah.
cool, multiple
She's in a
time
lot of
guest.
stuff.
I met her at in LA one of the times out there. She's really nice.
She was just in something I saw. Oh,
One
she's
BR.
1BR. Yeah.
Yeah, her and Alok are good buddies. I think they
Mhm.
became buddies on 1BR. They went to AEW wrestling together recently.
Nice. It's awesome.
Which I know this isn't the show for it, but AEW is coming to Boston in March. I'm excited. But yeah, Naomi Grossman. And so looks like she'll be on the show here coming up soon to figure out. We got a lot of cool guests, so we'll try to figure out when. But
Yeah. There's a lot of stuff going on out there. I think we're gonna have to go back to doubling up a little bit.
yeah, that's fine. I
Yeah.
mean,
Sometimes
yeah,
we gotta-
we can't pass up the cool peep.
I'm sending you the art for this upcoming show. So I've got this here. So goldderby.com.
Remember, she really liked the hat that Annabelle had painted.
Aw, it's a great hat.
It is.
American Horror Story actress Naomi Grossman to star in American Horror Story, a one-woman show, is my love letter to AHS fans. Emmy-nominated actress Naomi Grossman, best known as fan favorite Pepper, the first multi-season crossover character from Ryan Murphy's hit television series American Horror Story, has announced a raucous, irreverent love letter to American Horror Story fans and the dubious art of self-compromise in this limited theatrical run of her new solo show, American Horror Story. 4-week engagement at the Skylight Theater in Los Angeles begins June 1st, 2023. Oh, it's been going on for a bit. Tickets are on sale, etc. I don't want to give too much away because we're going to have her on.
Yeah.
Pretty cool.
Boom.
Oh, this is good.
Respect the
I do
hustle.
like,
Really cool hair there.
Yeah, she looks great.
Mm-hmm.
American Horror Story is an anthology of autobiographical tales of self-compromise. In the show, Grossman reveals her history of hustling, from her compromised love life to her compromising odd jobs. She drives the Red Bull car, then crashes it into a shopping mall, masquerades as a native-speaking Spanish teacher at the Playboy Mansion and beyond, digs around as the giant condom at a gay pride parade. The list goes on. It's a straight from the heart, sweet and sour candy confection for anyone who's ever felt compromised. Huh. It sounds really interesting.
Yeah. I love when the one-man shows I've seen or one-person shows I've seen have all been really entertaining. So.
Yeah, they have to be or they just die.
Right. I really would have liked to have seen the Lynn Shay one. She was on the show for an interview talking about it. Was during COVID. And so no one during COVID, it was during the strike. And so she couldn't do movies, so she did a one-man show.
Wow.
And it was about her husband who died really young in a car accident or a motorcycle accident. And then and it was I think it was in 1969 that happened. So there was a lot of stuff happening all at that time.
That's really sad.
Yeah. And I believe I don't think it's an actual, not that, but she had the same model motorcycle on stage for it. I think that's the only thing that was there was just the motorcycle.
Wow.
Tyler Stevens, what are the best movies about possession?
Ooh. What's the one with
this movie called
Horizon?
Exorcist. What?
It's got Sam Neill in it.
Oh, Event Horizon.
No. Well, that kind of is Possession. No, there's
Oh,
another
I
one.
know what you mean. Possession.
It is called Possession. All right, I just
Yeah.
said that. I said, is it just called Possession? Yeah,
I
that's
saw it.
great.
I saw it for the first time last year in 35 millimeter print at the Brattle,
Nice.
and I'd never seen it before. And then I had a theory on this movie. You
Mm,
could actually see that and Hellraiser as the same story, but told in
I
a
would have
different
to see it
way.
again. It's been a while. I remember loving the movie.
Yeah, it's
Very
great.
dark,
hmm
and yeah.
It seems to have come into, like, people have rediscovered it lately because I've seen people talking about it a lot recent. I think because it must have been restored or something, but
Oh,
which is, I mean, it was the first time I'd seen it. So
I'm
amazing
looking.
movie.
I'm looking through my own movies. The Amityville Horror, Possession story, excellent. That's what I love. Amityville Horror. That's a movie that I can play in the background as like a comforting presence that I don't have to watch it. There's some comfort food horror movies, and that's one of them. It's a
When
great.
Evil Lurks.
Did we just recently see that? Yes, we
Yeah.
did. All right, my brain was just the
Yeah.
things were moving, and now it's there. It is.
Great movie.
Mm-hmm.
This movie called The Exorcist.
Come on now. Burnt Offerings has Possession in it with Oliver Reed and Karen Black.
Johnny Depp movie Astronaut's Wife. He gets possessed by an
Wow.
alien.
Hmm.
Weird.
What else we got? Oh, another movie I love that's one of my comfort food horror movies is Prince of Darkness.
I need to revisit it. I haven't seen it since it first came out, I don't think.
It's got the littlest vibes of because it's got the what's his name? Oh, I wonder if he's still around. The Asian guy that's in that movie. I'll look him up. I'm just gonna be stumbling around. I'm just stumbling.
All right. I think you got to throw Evil Dead movies in there. Got the Deadites for an entertaining, silly version of Possession. I'm not huge on a lot of Possession movies, honestly, looking over here, but I do like the ones I mentioned: When Evil Lurks, Evil Dead, Exorcist.
Dang.
When Evil Lurks is really up there for me. I think that's one of the best. Not only one of my favorite horror movie last year, I think that's one of the best modern horror movies.
Absolutely, it's incredible. Incredible.
Oh, here's one I don't know if I consider it possession. I don't really consider it possession though, so I'm not going to. But I was just looking at a list of possession. They list The Devil's Candy, super underrated movie.
That's
Fantastic
the one with
movie.
the dude who's an artist.
Yeah, and the killer is, I guess it is a possession. I really like it, and the killer it's a really hard role because he's a child killer and you actually feel bad for him. It's a really hard role to take on and bring
Oh,
sympathy.
that's not the one. That guy doesn't play an artist.
Yeah, there's an artist in it.
No, but
There's
that
two different people. There's the guy who's an artist in it, and then there's the killer. Because he's drawn the pictures. He's doing the paintings of what's happening.
Oh, okay. Event Horizon. I love. That came up earlier. Doop, 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 doop. Doop, doop, doop.
Bill DeFrance says his daughter loves Demon Slayer, which I consider an anime ripoff of Evil Dead.
Oh, anime.
I'm not a big anime guy, so I don't know. I haven't seen it.
I'm not a huge anime. I like Studio Ghibli, but that's a very specific thing. It's not like other anime at all. I tried to get through Akira recently. People are going to really be mad at me. I tried to get through Akira. I tried to watch it as a kid. Didn't have the attention span for it.
That's one of Troy's favorites.
I don't know. There's something with the pacing. It just doesn't. What else is there?
I got another painting here from Mr. Poteet. Pepe Poteet, the double P's.
It's crazy. Crazy, man.
I probably know the answer to this already, Pepe, but who is your favorite version of the Joker? So Tim Burton is remaking The 50-Foot Woman.
Yeah.
Seems like a very bizarre film to remake to me.
I guess he liked it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's a movie you'd remake and modernize. It seems like a movie you would remake and like parody a 50s sci-fi movie.
You already
I don't
made
know.
a parody 50s.
I know. Yeah.
But it was great. I do enjoy that movie. I think it's pretty fun.
But that's how I envision it. It would be like in that same kind of like vein. Yeah.
Yeah. I forget about that one when I think about my frustration with Tim Burton. That was a good movie. It was fun.
Yeah, I like it. Oh, also, by the way, we talked about Spirit Riser earlier. It's going to premiere at the Museum of the Moving Image, which is a really wild name, I think.
Where is that?
Let me grab the. I think it's in New York, but let me see here.
Neal, It's time for a break.
All right, let me just grab where this is, and we'll go to break.
Okay.
Since we brought it up, we should say where it is. The Museum of the Moving Image. They should probably tell you right away, but they do not. You think that would be the first thing you'd put in this, where that would be? Moving image. Aha, here we go. Moving image. Location, the Redstone Theater, and it still doesn't tell me where that is.
It's gotta be there.
New York. It's way at the bottom. They just assume everyone on this site knows you're in New York, but I do not. And if you're gonna plug that on a big horror website, you got to assume not everyone reading it is from New York or knows that the Museum of the Moving Image is in New York. So you should probably put that in there, is my opinion. So Museum of the Moving Image, and that is in Astoria, New York.
Fantastic.
Yeah. All right. So let me grab something here. Good evening from
Oh, hello.
Demented Pictures. That's a cool name.
Mm-hmm.
Jim Wynorski did so many good versions of that. Yeah, he did one just not too long ago, I think, actually. So he's not even like a novel idea, though, Tim Burton.
What, Attack of the 50-Foot Woman?
Yeah, because he just did one, actually, Jim Wynorski. Attack of the 50-foot, like model or something. It's like a 50-foot, like cam girl or something. So, I don't know. All right, let me grab something. I thought I uploaded a few things here.
Pepe does not like the Phoenix. Dang.
All right, I've got a clip from Joe Alves on the show, who is he designed the shark in Jaws, and I think he's actually in this clip talking about working with Alfred Hitchcock.
Oh, nice.
Pre-Jaws. All right, and then we'll be back. If this plays. Well, I mentioned Spielberg and John Carpenter, but another, iconic director you worked with at a young age would be Alfred Hitchcock. What was that experience like on Torn Curtain?
That was, I was an assistant art director. Frank Arrigo was my sort of mentor. I loved Frank's thinking because Frank came from Review, who eventually bought Universal. So there are a lot of television guys. So I was doing a lot of television. And Frank, when he was at Review, he also had directed a lot. So he taught me how to think as a director, when you're designing sets. not just worry about all the little fancy details. Think about how it's going to be shot, what's most important angles and stuff like that. So I started assisting him, and I learned a lot. We did Change of Habit, was Elvis Presley's last movie.
Wow.
And so I was fortunate. I worked with Mick Jagger and Elvis Presley, big icons in the music business. Anyway, so he got this job on Torn Curtain, and Hein Heckroff was a German production designer that came to do the ballet sequences because he had done Red Shoes, ballet, and all that stuff. Really nice guy. So basically, Hitchcock, and I'll have to explain this. Hitchcock had been an art director in England before he became a director. And I remember one day Peggy, his assistant, called me and said, Mr. Hitchcock wants to see you. And I said, where's Frank? Or where's, Hein? Oh, they're out, but, Hitch wants to talk to you. Because I would just see him in the morning. We would go to the coffee and donuts, and, before we shoot, and he'd have his black tie and black suit. And we all wore sport coats and ties at that time. Everybody, if you were in that position, you wore coats. Anyway, we'd have coffee, and he would tell bad jokes. I mean, not funny at all, but supposed to laugh. Anyway, so he calls me, and he says, Joe, he says, and he's drawing like with a pencil, but it was like a worm crawling on the page. He never lifted it up. And he says, Mr. Newman, Paul Newman, runs down here to these stairs and runs down the stairs. Mr. Whitlock will do a matte painting up here. And then he comes out of the stairs and he goes over to the registration desk and he leaves. I says, okay. So he says, I want you to build that and build this. I said, well, what about the reverse shot? What about this? No. Just build what I'm going to shoot. And that was Hitchcock. We built half the sets because he knew what he wanted. He was so into the visual that by the time he shot it, it was like, okay, roll, so that's how he worked. It was some directors, you build everything and then they decide how they're going to shoot it, and they shoot half of what you've already designed, and it's a waste of money. But he was, that was Hitchcock. He didn't want to waste anything.
Yeah.
Hey there, this is Lee Winnell, writer and director of the film Upgrade and the co-creator of Saw and Insidious, and you are listening to Without Your Head.
What are your sins, sister?
Lust, Father.
Tengo que vender mi alma al diablo.
Viver para morrer ou morrer para viver.
No verwacht ik pas de connaissance.
Boom! Go get your free trial at Arrow. A lot of cool stuff on there.
Day of the Beast I caught. I think I saw that. I think it's if I did.
I think I think it's Christmas related too. I think it's actually by that director that you posted the movie about.
Oh. Yeah. I think you were correct.
Did Bitching and Witching.
Yes. Yes. All right. Yes, I did see this, and it's amazing. Angel, a Basque priest and professor of theology, confesses to another priest that he intends to commit as much evil as he can. The other priest is shocked until Angel whispers he's reasoning. When the other priest agrees to help him, a large cross falls and crushes him. And this is the plot. I shouldn't be reading the plot. But now I do remember it, and it was very, very fun. Very, very fun. Came out in 95, dang. So the actual like blip is determined to commit as many sins as possible to avert the birth of the beast at the end of the world. This dedicated Catholic priest, Father Angel Beriatua, heads to Madrid after deciphering the code behind St. John's cryptic book of Revelation because, according to his calculations, optimistic estimates based on a numerical transcription of the apocalypse, the dark event will occur somewhere in the Spanish capital on Christmas Day. The time is slipping away from the ambitious cleric who still needs to identify the beast's exact birthplace. This does not make it sound nearly as great as it actually is. I'm not going to finish reading it. It's excellent. Yeah, assisted by a heavy metal fan and the host of a TV show on a cult, he will try to summon the devil to find out the place of birth and kill the baby. It was very fun.
All right, sounds good.
Yeah. What a great video. Some nifty looking stuff there. There's something with like, yeah, right, Dave? There was something with bugs like crawling on some woman.
Day of the Beast about stopping the Antichrist from being born on New Year's. A priest, metalhead, and scammy occult TV guy. See, that's a better description.
Yeah.
You need Dave to write it.
Take it to IMDb because that was way better.
Yeah.
Way better sale and more accurate. I mean, I guess the other one is technically accurate, but not accurate to the tone.
Right. So if you're not into the Super Bowl Sunday, in addition to at some point dinner and a movie popping up, they're doing Wolf Bowl.
What?
It's
like the Puppy Bowl?
That's what I thought, but it's actually they're streaming a bunch of werewolf movies.
Who is?
Let me grab this. I think it was a streamer I'm not familiar with, honestly. But the Wolf Bowl. Wolf Bowl on Shout TV. Uncensored Scream Factory TV. Starts at midnight the day before. So, well, you know, midnight technically it's Sunday, but Saturday night, midnight. Hammer House of Horror Season 1, Episode 8, Children of the Full Moon. I'm not even sure what that is. Then they're showing 2 Elvira films, The Werewolf of Washington from 81 and The Werewolf of Washington from 2010. I didn't realize there's 2 different Werewolves of Washington. Sharktopus versus Werewolf. That's exactly what I think of when I think of great werewolf movies. But that's at 5 a.m. They probably figure no one's awake. And if they are, they probably want to watch Sharktopus versus Werewolf. Werewolf on Wheels. Nothing against you guys, but I don't know if this is really.
I need to see.
Dog Soldiers. No, that's a great movie. Dog Soldiers.
Dog Soldiers is really one of the greatest.
Howling 3, I believe that's the marsupials.
It is the marsupials.
It's not good, but it is entertainingly bad.
God. Werewolves on Wheels is about a motorcycle group of werewolves. Honestly.
I saw another one of that recently, Werewolves versus Bikers. It had a cool
poster. That's been around for a while. I think James Bickert made that.
No, he did Frankenstein Bikers.
Oh.
Frankenstein made Bikers.
So close.
Yeah.
It's almost. I almost had it.
They should meet sometime. The Werewolf Bikers versus the Frankenstein made Bikers. It'd be like a rumble.
Mm-hmm.
It'd be like a new West Side Story. Like one of the girls falls in love with one of the, like a girl werewolf falls in
each other.
Yeah. And then they get a fight.
I sent you a couple pictures from the Werewolf Bikers.
All right. I'll just finish here. We also have, they showed Dog Soldiers twice, I guess, because it's so good. The Beast Must Die. I'm not familiar with that one. I like the name, though.
It's on Tubi. It's got a really silly cover art.
Damn.
Like the silliest looking werewolf.
I think I used this recently, Werewolves on Wheels, in one of the Diablo Joe reviews. He had mentioned it because that's what it was. His Hellhounds he reviewed is like a biker werewolf movie, and he talked about like this subgenre of horror films.
Of werewolf bikers?
Yeah, of werewolf biker horror films. Apparently, this is a
What?
deal.
That's a thing?
I guess.
Joe would know.
Joe knows. That could be a new thing.
That's quite a long period of time to watch all of those movies.
Yeah, it's from noon till 9, or from midnight till 9. Well, actually, so that it probably ends at like 11. Yeah. The Beast Must Die. I'm not sure what that is. The Howling New Moon Rising. I bet that one's bad, but I could be wrong. Dog Soldiers again, so they show that twice. Bad Moon. That's actually a really underrated werewolf movie. I'm a big fan. The dog is the hero.
Is that the one with Tom Noonan?
I don't know if Tom Noonan's in. I know the werewolf's like the hero. No, I think Tom Noonan's in where it's like the old werewolf in it. Bad Moon's about the dog is the kid's dog is protects him from the werewolf. And then at the end of Wolf Bowl is Brotherhood of the Wolf.
Brotherhood of...
I was a teenage werebear. Yeah, I don't know if we've had a werebear movie. That would be cool.
Werebears are pretty sweet idea.
The Beast Must Die. Annabelle sent me the poster. This is one I'm not familiar with. I would like to check it out. I know Greg Lamberson's trying to make a werewolf film.
It's tiny.
I know it won't let me make it bigger. Here, I'll have to download it. Sometimes it lets me expand it, and sometimes it doesn't. I'm not really sure why.
The Werewolf of Washington. It plays twice in a row? Oh, no, there's two. There's one from 1981.
Yeah, that's what I said. I don't know if it's the same movie, and it's just... No, it can't, because I don't think she was doing Elvira stuff from in 81, so it must be two different. Doesn't seem like that was a movie that needed to be remade. Nothing against it, but I don't know.
I don't know. Maybe it's groundbreaking. I haven't seen it, so I really can't comment.
The Beast Must Die.
I can see some pretty sweet images from it, though.
That's not Peter Cushing, is it?
Who?
The second guy in there?
Oh, I don't know.
No, it must not be. I think his name would be on there.
It looks like Peter Cushing to me.
I know.
I think you're right. He was in a lot of dumb shit, Neal.
I know. He's still Peter Cushing.
The Werewolf is actually pretty great. The Werewolf of Washington poster is horribly just bad. But it is. Do you see it? It's
yeah, I'm
terrible.
getting it here. Woo! Werewolf Washington.
But the werewolf looks great.
Well, they should have made a better poster. Maybe it would have been a bigger hit. Look at that.
What the fuck? That's what we were talking about earlier with Rebekah. The poster. I would see that poster. Maybe I'd get it because it looks so stupid. Terrible sales. But then the werewolf is cool looking.
Werewolf of Wall Street would be a good one. There we go.
Check out the werewolf in your messages there. Well, this.
Oh yeah, he's a lot cooler. Why that would have been a better poster. It's a lot cooler.
He looks great.
What other were creatures? I mean, we've seen wolves. You think people besides like old D&D players would be into other were creatures in movies, like the werebear popping up?
I don't know why not.
A were raccoon or something.
You can really wear any creature.
This
Look at
goes,
that. Great, right? Doesn't
this
it look
goes to
cool?
what I've always said about doing a werewolf impression. It's about the bottom teeth. You got to do.
Oh,
It's about
top teeth vampire, bottom teeth werewolf.
exactly.
Even though wolves as animals do not have an underbite.
Right.
Hmm.
I do. Does that mean I'm part werewolf?
It means you're not part wolf.
I don't know. I've got to do the ancestry to find out.
You should do ancestry.
What if it said I was like part werewolf?
That'd be cool. If I got that, it'd be awesome. I'd be sharing that with the world.
I'm gonna start a horror version of it.
Neanderthal. Who cares about that shit? Part werewolf.
Yeah, I'm gonna start like a horror version and then just make up stuff.
The 23andMe.
Yeah, people send. I mean, they don't really have to send. They can just send me money. They don't have to send me blood or nothing. But
They'll send you money and get what? What are you gonna give them for their money?
I'll make up a thing where they're the percentage of vampire and werewolf and lycanthrope and all these things.
Mm-hmm.
But it'll be all scientific, or maybe not scientific. We'll get like an occultist to look into this. Send in like a lock of hair or something. It's not made up. It's it's real stuff. Is what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
I'll be the occultist. I'm unknown, Pepe Poteet. Well, that could be part of it. You're 87%.
Unknown? What's unknown? Unknown.
His origin.
Genetics?
Skunk 8.
Neal thinks he's
What?
Italian, but I think he's Greek.
I could go for some Greek food. I'm hungry.
Mm-hmm. I know.
We had Chinese for lunch, but I haven't eaten since. I'm getting hungry. I didn't have breakfast.
We need a scheduled, without your head, break time. That's a long time. 7 o'clock till 11? Or 4 hours.
I know. I had some stuff lined up. I also had a 4-minute clip of
Not that I don't like being here for the 4 hours, but
do it up. I once did an all-night podcast till like 6 a.m. the next day.
We all have done that because I used to do that every show basically.
This was like 12 hours. Clint, me and you used to do that in Dinner and a Movie, like
yeah. We did the show. The show would
not
start
12
at 8,
hours, but
and sometimes I'd be at the shop until like 6. The sun would be up.
But we wouldn't be talking the whole time on the podcast, I don't think. He had a 4-minute clip of Clint Howard, but I'll save it for next time.
I've been eating ham and cheese.
Ham and cheese. I like a ham and cheese. I haven't had, not really my thing. Evil Dead official spin-off film.
Yeah. Spin-off film or show?
Movie, it says.
Oh.
That's interesting. I like this kind of stuff. It's like we see, more of these worlds we like. I like them in idea anyway. It always comes down if it's good or not. But I like the idea. To me, it kind of goes without saying it has to be good. It's like, well, obviously I want it to be good. Not like I just love it because it is. Like, then you're just kind of like, what the hell is wrong with this person? Sebastian Vanacek make his feature debut film Infested just last year, so he's doing this spin-off. So that'll be interesting. Aren't they all spin-offs? Not necessarily. Evil Dead ones? No. Evil Dead 1, 2, and up to Evil Dead really follows itself, and then
Army of Darkness isn't.
I mean, it follows the story. It's Ash goes back in time, but it's following Ash. A spin-off would be like a minor character goes and gets their own movie. Like Mork and Mindy is a spin-off of Happy Days. And Laverne and Shirley is.
How?
Because Mork's first appearance was on Happy Days.
That's crazy.
And then they gave him a show because it was a popular character. Laverne and Shirley was a spinoff. The Jeffersons, a spinoff of On the Family.
So this spinoff, I don't know how much you saw. They're saying that if all goes well, we'll have something to look forward to next Halloween.
No.
The filmmaker explained he intends to pull no punches. Sounds very much like he intends to go hard R with this one, seemingly hewing closer to the brutal tone of 2013's Evil Dead, as opposed to the horror comedy blend of Evil Dead 2. He's got a quote, "I told the studio that I wanted to make a nasty film, a film that hurts, from which you come away tested. I'm going to put all the horror I have inside. It will be cathartic, and if I haven't ruined my career and I can continue to make films behind it, I will move on to something other than horror." Wow!
Oh, get the hell out of here.
Dang. Oh, and the release, if start filming by the end of this year, the Halloween would be the following year. Dang, that's some big talk.
Yeah.
Sam Raimi, the director of the original trilogy, is giving him 100% creative freedom. Perhaps most interesting of all, he also wants the film to have a French twist. What does that mean exactly? We'll have to wait and see. From Ryan Scott of Fangoria.
I'll check this out.
Yeah, I'm very curious.
I don't think there's any Evil Dead that I dislike. I actually like all of them. I like the show.
This random dog.
This is Pepe Potite's dog, Toby.
Toby is very speckly.
Toby wants to be famous.
Right tail. This dog's got the markings of a snow leopard. It's cool.
Well, we have to do the ancestry on Toby.
Not so much his head, but the body is very snow leopardy. Very, very nice.
Is Toby named after Toby Hooper? I would like to know. Let us know, my good fellow Pepe Potite, the good man. I like that Pepe. He's going places.
I'm looking something up.
Do it.
I am.
Sometimes stuff comes up in my Facebook ads, and I'm like, I don't know what this is. Why are they showing this to me? And then other times, stuff will come up, and I'll be like, you know what? I think I would like to buy this. Looks pretty cool. And anyway, this came up in my Facebook ad the other day, and I don't necessarily need these, but they are pretty cool. Look at that. I don't know if they're licensed, if it was some whacked out website, but they popped up and I had to take a screenshot. Like, these are pretty rocking. They don't look very practical to walk around in with the arms sticking out on the sides and a knife, but
no, but maybe.
And in big news, I have to say, in 11 days from today is Nasty Neal's birthday. So if you would like Nasty Neal to open your gifts to me here on the show, you can send them to P.O. Box 415, Sandwich, Mass. 02563. Send me a little note telling me you sent it so I know to keep it and save for the show. And I will open them the next time we do it live without your head. Boom.
See what's going on in the world for just
Shameless.
What? Yeah,
Shameless.
Yep, that's what I said. Shameless Neil Jones. Shameless.
But you know, It's a good time. It's a big year. Everyone celebrates their 48th
Year.
birthday. It's a big
Your
time.
which birthday?
It's a big milestone. 48.
It's a fine number.
It is a good number. It's good. Two numbers that are cool. 4 and 8. 4 and 8. Ain't it great? This is not a nice poster. This has been being shared around. It's the original Halloween 3 trade ad from Universal in 1982. And I see people, and it's cool that people are sharing it, but honestly, if I would have seen this, it would not have, I would not have been interested in the movie whatsoever. I'd be like, that looks pretty horrible. It's looks like an old computer screen with a giant witch hat on it that's too big.
It's awful.
Witchcraft enters the computer age. I'm surprised the movie even got made after that went out. I wouldn't have saw that and be like, hell yeah, here's some of my money.
No, absolutely not.
Witchcraft enters the computer age. A different terror begins. Historically, it's cool that exists, but it is not good.
It is not good. I am not impressed. The TV, I don't know. Is it wearing a hat or is there just
because the hat's behind it? That's one of my Like, I don't think the design's good anyway, but at least the hat should be on top. It looks like a giant hat just laying in the background. It's very, very poor.
A place that makes no sense at all.
Which is cooler, that or a freaking kid with his head, with the mask on his head?
Mask on head, 100%.
No, I don't think it's fake. It's actually this has been shared out a lot of places, but it just looks really bad. I think if we're gonna make something fake, you'd have to make something better than that.
I don't know. I guess.
Who's been shot? The dog?
Who's been what?
I don't know.
What?
He said someone was shot 5 times. I hope not his dog. What this is from. Share this in the group because it looks amazing. It's probably going to be from something like a kid's show or something, but it looks cool. Let me grab it. It's like a big walking dinosaur monster thingy.
Oh, yeah. That's super cool.
That guy's pretty awesome.
Mm-hmm. Where is that? Because I remember seeing it.
Gronkle taking his first step. It's a proud day when your baby takes his first steps. It's from Creature Technology.
Cool.
I don't know what it's for.
Oh.
No. I want to find out, though. Hopefully it's from something good. We want to see big monsters doing cool stuff.
Definitely.
Oh, it was his dog. His dog survived. Damn.
Wow. What happened to poor dog?
I don't know. I'm glad that that you're taking care of Toby.
Wow.
Michael Myers was shot 5 times. Right, shot him 5 times. He had survived 5 shots.
What's going on, Neil Jones?
Well, we got cool guests coming up. You can join us over at facebook.com/group/without your head horror. You can interact with us throughout the week. You can see who's coming on the show. For the live experience, it's very fun to come here on Thursday nights and join the chat, whether that's, we've had people tonight on Twitch, on YouTube, on Facebook. It's live on all those platforms. No matter where you watch, it's fun to throw some chats in there. If you go to the YouTube, you can chat along with the folks. I think you'll see all the chats. So, but I'm happy however you watch it. So however you watch a show, do us a favor though. Go and give the actual video on YouTube a like and leave a comment if you can. and hit the subscribe button. It will make us very happy.
And you know what? I have subscriptions, and no one ever bothers me about those subscriptions. It's not like I'm getting flooded with emails about guess what's going on with your subscriptions. I don't know if it actually accomplishes anything at all, other than supporting us.
Right. Yeah, I know. I've tried to understand how things work on YouTube, but it seems like it's changed a lot over the years, and I don't really. I think subscribing does no good whatsoever, but it does. It looks cool that we have, thousands of subscribers. I guess. I think you also have to hit that bell icon, and supposedly then you'll get notifications.
Ah.
And it's not just the live show Thursdays, if that's not enough, but other shows will pop up throughout the week. Sundays, at least once a month, it would be a dinner and a movie. Then you've got audio reviews from Diablo Joe. You got video reviews from Todd Yeager. You get video reviews from Justin B. Heading. All kinds of stuff. Who knows? Some random, goofiness might pop up. And also follow us over on the Twitch. That's where we do movies sometimes, and we do the festival 4 times a year. A lot of fun stuff going on. So follow us. Follow me to my home. No, don't do that.
Do not follow me to my home.
Yeah. But follow us. Give us a like. Give us a subscribe. You can Venmo if you like, help pay for the website. If you do, if you do make a donation to the website to help cover anything, for this week, if you do so, I'll send you a Valentine's Day card.
Oh. From
Nasty Neal to you. So you can Venmo Headyverse, or you can PayPal without your head, or send in a super chat. And I'll send you a Valentine's Day card.
Aw.
That'll be nice.
Yeah, that's cute.
Yeah. Thank you, Pepe.
Thanks, buddy.
You're a good man.
Oh, thanks, Pepe.
I like that Pepe guy. He's going places.
Nice dude.
My buddy Ry Levy, he's making a film, Boutique to Preserve and Collect, a documentary. So they have a I don't know if it's a Kickstarter or what, but they have up there to help that out. It's got Something Weird video, Severn Films, Vinegar Syndrome. It's a documentary about preserving classic and maybe not so classic films.
That's cool.
Yeah. Rye's a good guy. Known him for many years. He's been on various shows of mine. He actually used to do a show on Without Your Head podcast we had on there. He talked about documentaries.
Oh, yeah, I remember that. Yes! I'd love to. Someday maybe I'll do a sabbatical and go to LA for several months. Can't do that right now, though.
LA, yeah, that'd be fun. Go out. It's like Wave 2. See our buddies.
Mm-hmm.
Lots of buddies out there. Bill DeFrance here. Michael St. Michael's. Michael Sophia. I can't start naming them because there's too many people to name. Justin, Trista, all these people. So yeah. And then now, do they want to meet us? Is the question. And if not, I'm bringing the hatchets.
Are you gonna force them to hang out?
Exactly. Hang out at Hatchet Point. Yeah, you're right. Dave, we never gonna meet Dave someday too. I think he was gonna come to Massachusetts for something. He was gonna come for some concert, I think, but it got canceled or something.
Aw.
I saw one of these. This is it right here. They were playing somewhere. I saw Bikini Kill.
Bikini Kill. Yeah, there's a lot of people coming back. Well, they still can.
Yeah. Bikini Kill. I saw an ad for them playing somewhere. I think I sent the link to Dave. We did a greasy. I was gonna wear my greasy strangler hat. I've been wearing the greasy strangler hat on my walks. One of the girls at the supermarket said, "Oh, I like your colored hat." I don't think she knew what the hell it was about. It's a bright pink hat.
She said, "I like your colored hat."
Yeah, that's what she said. It was a weird.
That's a weird way to say it.
Yeah.
Instead of saying pink hat.
Yeah.
Does she like have color blindness?
I don't know.
And she doesn't identify all the colors properly, so she just.
And I said, I wear it so I don't get hit by a car, which wasn't really true. I just like it, but I do wear a bright green hoodie, which Jason Mitt makes fun of me for, but it's so I don't get hit.
Yeah.
I don't have. There's no street lights here. Not very many sidewalks or anything either, and people do not stop at crosswalks at all in my town.
No, it's a dangerous land in Sandwich.
And I don't want to get hit by a car.
No,
I come here and talk about horror stuff. Hatchets to the necks or fingers in the butts. Oh, Dave was gonna go see NOFX.
Oh, wow.
That was in Brockton, though, not Boston.
Really? In Brockton? I wonder what kind of club is in Brockton. I'm not
I've ever
familiar
been to
with
Brockton.
Brockton clubs. Huh. No effects.
Damn, Pepe's been run over. I think my brother got hit by a car once when he was a teenager walking at night.
Jesus. I don't
Riding
know.
his bike or something.
Can't think of any terrible accident that ever happened. I almost lost my thumb, but that's nothing compared to getting hit by a car. Almost lost my thumb.
Damn.
Saw.
You don't want to be thumbless.
No, but I've got a funky thumbnail. She probably can't tell. No, because then the light goes away. But it's extra wide. It's not very trimmed either, but
I've seen it in person.
I can't do it.
I like that. Rebecca's. I wonder what these fellas are still talking about. Rebecca, I'm gonna tune back in. She's like, what?
So you can see how it's like weird here, and there's like a ridge here, and this never fully like connects because the table saw went boop, and I pulled. Thank God I pulled away. That's some fast pulling away to be able to not have your fucking thumb cut off by a table saw.
Yeah.
But it took the bone. So if the bone and just pretend this is not fingers and it's a bone, or yeah, like a log with an axe, the tip of that bone went. Yeah, so this whole part, it went. Then they had to like remove my thumbnail in the surgery so they could go in and like try to repair it. I have many pictures of the whole. So, but I didn't lose my thumb. I had to write and do everything left-handed for a bit. What do you think about that? I think I lost the article, but Germany does dispensable meat. Yeah.
Huh.
There's another picture I sent you that's of the bigger machine.
So you just go and like.
Yeah, you get dispensable.
This white sausage, that looks like it's just pure fat.
Is it actually white? Like on the inside, or is that a casing?
Well, I know when I was in England the last time, I know a lot of places had black pudding, which I know is blood, but a couple places had black and white, and so I looked that up, and white pudding is actually, so the blood pudding or blood sausage is sausage made out of blood, and the white was sausage made out of just pure fat.
Well, that is not what this is.
Oh,
Let me tell you. The ultimate guide to German sausages. This is Weisswurst. And literally white sausage in Bavarian. It is a traditional Bavarian sausage made from minced veal and pork back bacon. It's usually flavored with parsley, lemon, mace, onions, ginger, cardamom, There are some variations.
All right, I'm down. That sounds good.
I know you like the veal.
I do. I'm a big fan of veal. I know it's not cool, but
that's your white sausage there, buddy.
all right,
It's
I'll
fine.
try
It's not
that.
like the freakish sausages of, sorry, my UK and surrounding areas friends and Australian folks and whoever eats that crap. I'm sure there are things where we live that you wouldn't like either. So you can make fun of our food too. But that blood stuff. Oh, I saw
Yeah, I had black sausage for the first time when I was in London this last time.
I won't say where they were from, but I saw a TV show that's about people on the autism spectrum trying to have relationships. It's beautiful. If anybody hasn't seen it,
yeah, Robert Budson's
Love is beautiful. Well, this family, it's this couple. They're both on the spectrum, and they travel. And the place they travel to, they end up meeting like the local people who are like farmer people. They don't have electricity, they don't have any of that. And they were talking about the food they eat, and they drink cow's blood. They just drink the blood. Unless they were like shitting these people and like saying something to make themselves laugh behind the scenes, like, let's offer them cow's blood. Drink it. I want to believe that they're trolling the tourists.
No.
I'm sure it's
not
weird.
you try it.
It's probably really good for you.
I guess probably a lot of protein.
Yeah, there's iron in them. Their blood.
Yeah, and disease.
I couldn't do it. I could not. I mean, if I had to survive, but I wouldn't drink it like V8. Yeah. I'd have to no, because if you slowly do it, it'll get to be a clot. Oh, I want to eat clot.
It's in the is it Vault of Horror Tales from Crypt, the old 70s English version. And one of it's a really cool short in one of them where the guy goes out to eat late at night. Everyone tells him not to go out at night, and he goes to this place. And anyway, it's they're served him like blood clots and stuff. And then they pull out the curtains, and he's the only one with reflection. It's like it's a vampire restaurant.
Oh, cool. Huh. There's no way I haven't seen it.
Yeah, it's great.
But, no, I haven't eaten fried blood. No.
So yeah, I had it, and I really expected it to not be good. But I expected it to be like really strong or something.
Mm-hmm.
But it really just had no. It almost tasted like smashed up beans or something. It was very, very mild and bland and not very flavorful.
A little late, John Reddy. Fried. Where the hell did you grow up, Pepe? Fried blood. I mean, like I said earlier, I'm sure there are things wherever you lived. There are surely things in New England that are horrible for others. If I grew up with fried blood, I'd probably love it. I did not. Oh God, he's so salty. Oh. But the things we do eat are really disgusting. Honestly, just everybody. We eat some gross shit. So it's just, what are you used to and what are you not used to? Just think about like the body parts and.
Oh, apparently that we had blood sausage at Bazaar AC.
Did I? Maybe.
Yeah. Blood sausage sliders with green apples and red cabbage.
That sounds reasonable. Yeah, fair, Pepe. I mean, it would be, like Neal was mentioning, it would be full of things like that would be good survival food. I think people that are from New England and England just mush up like things.
They just mush up things.
They just mush up like potatoes and dirt.
I must not have taken a picture. I see. I tried black pudding for the first time today, and I can't say I'm a fan. That's all I posted about it. I'm surprised I didn't take a photo of it. But yeah, it wasn't horrible. It just was not good, I would say.
See, this is something that we grew up from different places. But Pepe is grossed out by liver, as am I.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of any innards. I don't really like the taste.
No, liver's awful. Yeah,
and I was not a fan of Rocky Mountain oysters. I did try them. The consistency was like damp sawdust.
Like a rubber ball. Like eating a tennis ball.
No, it was like sawdust. So but instead of dry, so it's like that grainy, but it was moist and damp. So it was not pleasant whatsoever.
I remember looking, we were on the podcast and I was looking up pictures of the pre-cooked testicle.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not, I know. It's like
I'll try just about anything. So I tried that. I tried the blood sausage.
And I think there was just names too. Like if it just says blood.
They called the black sausage for that. But yeah.
Blood.
Tim Dry was not a fan. He's like,
good.
They just
good on him.
He did suggest they get bangers and mash when we were.
Oh yeah, I've been eating that for years. Sausage and mashed potatoes and some gravy. Yeah, absolutely.
So when I first got to Soho, and it was before I met up with Michael and Sophia, I was just looking at my Google Maps, and right around the corner from where I was staying, there was a bangers and mash restaurant, and that's all they had. And so you pick like between, it was like 4 or 5 different sausages, different mashed potatoes, and different gravies, and that's all they served. I was like, this is a pretty cool place, and it was really good.
Sounds pretty awesome.
Yeah. And I got a mashed potato I never tried. It was like a traditional way they used to do it. So it was partially fried, not like what you would think deep fried or anything, but so it was made in a skillet. And so they would flip it and stuff. So it had little bits of like brown, like potato skin. It was really good.
Nice.
So yeah.
I'm really appreciating that Pepe has such a broad experience of eating food.
Yeah, fried tripe.
Yeah. And 8
deer
balls. I feel like I'm so non-adventurous food person. I love food, but it's all, it's all tame ingredients just mixed together in different ways.
I haven't had venison. I used to when I was a kid, because like my family had like friends who would catch it and stuff. But I haven't had it in a long time. I haven't had rabbit in a long time. Seems like people don't eat rabbit that much anymore.
I don't know.
I think you used to even be able to buy it at my grocery store, but I never see it anymore. I remember liking it, but I can't remember.
I had moose. I was in a relationship with a guy. He was a good guy. And we went to visit his family. We hadn't been seeing each other very long. It was way like at the top of Maine, the top. And there we were at the table. It's a very tiny town. And this woman serves stroganoff. And it's awesome. And she's like, it's moose. Like I'm gonna like be disturbed or something like that. It's good. It was great. It was fine. Mm-hmm. It's meat. I mean, what can you do? It's meat. It's so weird how people get freaked out by, like, if you're a meat eater.
Right.
We're just talking about.
I've never really understood that. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like if you have a muscle of a cow versus the muscle of a pig versus a horse versus other. I mean, cows are nice animals. Like, have you met nice cows? Cows.
Right. No animals like.
They're nicer than horses, to be honest. I think horses are kind of rude. Cows are pleasant. I think
It beats a meatball on the stick or whatever you're talking about. Yes, I'm not
what
sure. Oh, I know what it was. It was when I went to see AEW in Worcester at the DCU Center. They had completely different food than usually at like when you go to any sporting event. It's all similar stuff. It's the pizza, hot dogs.
Yeah.
And it's not it's just like the same like stuff that you get. The DC Center, DC, what is it, DCU Center? They had like all these local places were there.
Like food trucks, basically.
Yeah, but inside. And so they had their own little things. And one was just some guy and whatever. It was just meatballs. It wasn't a meatball sub. It wasn't meatball for spaghetti. It was just
a giant meatball.
A giant ass meatball.
Yeah, they've got those in the North End.
I was really curious, and I was like, man, but it was a weird thing to sell, in a sporting event because you go walk around with a big ass meatball. I was like, I think I'm like, so we're watching. I'm like, I'm gonna go out and get a meatball, and I went out there, and they were completely sold out. I was like, hot damn, these must be some good ass meatballs. They sell out really quick.
Well, maybe we can find that place because we will be in Worcester.
That's true. Yeah,
if it's a local meatball shop.
Yeah.
You better start researching now.
I am all about this. That's a good video.
Researching the meatball shop.
Yeah. I'm sure we'll do some live streaming in Worcester.
Definitely.
I have an idea for future dinner in the movies. Since the last one, unfortunately, the audio is kind of not great. So we're going to still do them live, all this stuff. I'm also going to record the audio as a backup. If the one we do live is not great, I'll have the backup, and all I'll have to do is sync up the recorded audio, which I can clean up easier, and then just re-upload it. But we'll still have the live experience, so I think that'll be good backup in case we're somewhere where the audio doesn't come through. All right. All I gotta do is bring in the little audio recorder, which I have anyway. It doesn't take much room, so it'll be good.
Sounds fine to me. Gazelle is sweet. I would try that. If it was meat, I feel like I'd be open to lots of muscle meats. Not so much innard organ meats.
I've never seen The Wedding Singer, but I do like this idea.
I've heard that's so good, and it just slipped by at the time. You do not like him. But The Wedding Singer is not a typical one from what I understand.
Oh, okay. One day, okay, Pepe. Sometime we'll open up the video calls, and Pepe's going to zoom in. Video in.
Mm-hmm. It's 11:04.
All right. So our buddy David Rosen is going to play us out. It's actually a long track, so sit back and listen. And we'll be back next week. Check withoutyourhead.com. Check, subscribe, all that stuff I said earlier. Join the Facebook page, Instagram, follow us wherever you're into. And we'll be back next week. Until then, this is Nasty Neal.
This is Annabelle Lecter.
And this is Without
Your Head.